Oh yeah, Christianity is true. So
Yeah.
I think
If Christianity is true, then atheism is incoherent. It's not the case that atheism is incoherent, meaning that there's a contradiction. Conclusion: Christianity is not true.
yeah, no, you just converted me.
Well, which premise do you deny?
Is this an actual argument?
Yeah, it's literally in modus tollens form.
You
You
have to you
you
have to
think it's
prove.
an argument, right? I mean, you have something more than just like, I don't know, shoulder shrugging.
You just kind of like beg the question, or what's
Which premise do you deny?
the one where you said atheism is coherent and that Christianity is false?
Well, that's one. That's premise two, and the conclusion. That's what. Do you mean that you deny premise two?
That atheism is coherent?
Well, to be like ultra specific, the premise was it's not the case that atheism is incoherent, which is, yeah, atheism is coherent. But and
I mean, where do you want to go from there? I think atheism is incoherent.
right, and what's your support for that? What's the contradiction?
Well, not really. I wouldn't say the two past conversations I had, but the first one that I had with what's his name?
You can just tell me with the incoherency. Go ahead.
Like, you want my argument now?
No, just support for the statement that atheism incoherent.
Atheism, if taken as a positive position, can account for the creation of the universe. It can't account for. Well, it can account for.
Just go ahead and give it to me in the form of P and not P. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, P1, actual concrete infinities can exist in reality. Here we go again. P2, therefore,
No, not the argument. I said, give me the P and not P. Under atheism, go ahead. Go ahead.
P1 under atheism.
No, not premise, not premises. I said P and not P. In other words, it's raining outside. P. It's also simultaneously not raining outside.
It's a
Not
conjunction of the proposition and its negation at the same time.
Yeah, that's what it means to be incoherent, as I stated, right?
Okay, the Christian God can't exist and not exist at the same time. Therefore, atheism is false.
But atheism doesn't say that the Christian God exists, so that's a swing and a miss, buddy. Big one.
Exactly. But he does exist.
So that's not an incoherency in atheism. Exactly.
It is because God does exist.
Under atheism, it's not stated that God exists, buddy. Come on, we have to go to remedial like atheism here? What do you think atheism states? Is it that God exists?
No, that he doesn't exist, and that's why.
Okay, well, I guess there goes your P and not P, huh?
Damn it!
Want to try again?
No, you win.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Do you understand what he means when he asks you for the contradiction in the statement, atheism is incoherent? Do you know what he means?
Yeah, he's asking what the contradiction is.
See, this is why when he was talking to Jack, I said I didn't think he knew what a contradiction was.
Right.
Yeah, two statements that can't be true at the same time.
Right.
Then yeah,
so
when
he's asking you for the P and not P, when he's asking you for the P and not P, and you start giving premises for a different argument, you know that's fucking stupid, right? You know that's fucking stupid? Do you know that's fucking stupid?
Well, two things here. For one, I misheard him. Two, I don't just I'm not a robot that just listens to what everyone tells me to do, right?
Right. I'm aware you don't listen to anything. I'm already well aware of that. That's fine. I get that. So when he's asking you for the contradiction, is there a contradiction or no?
In that presuppositional argument, no, there was no contradiction.
So the argument goes through.
Yeah, you have to presuppose the literal worldview of atheism, but yeah.
The argument goes through, right?
Huh?
It's about
Why does he keep saying that people are
For years
atheism?
For years to go through, we have to presuppose your God exists. So it's the same. Do you see how that is?
No.
You're scoffing at us.
First of all,
yours is legitimate.
First of all, I never run tag, but that would be equivalent to, like, say, tag. Sure.
You literally ran tag. What are you talking about?
I did not run tag.
With Jack, you were running tag at the end. That's when he got angry with you. You were running tag.
I was not running tag.
You were starting to run tag.
No, you even said.
I might have mentioned. I mentioned logic. I mentioned logic
and stuff. No, you even said, and this gets into tag, and then you started talking about tag.
Yeah, I mentioned it, but I wasn't. That wasn't like my initial.
You also said just a moment ago that you were fine with Presup, and that Presup was good.
Well, I mean, I don't think it. When I say I'm fine with precepts, like, I personally like them, but I don't like use them. You know what I mean? But I don't personally.
No, I don't know what you mean.
I mean, I like them. They resonate with me.
Yeah, why? Why do you like them?
Because if something grounds things like
the fucking grounding bullshit again.
Yeah,
Look, why do you like them when it's shown to you the stupidity of Presup? Tom just gave you an argument. You agree the argument goes through. If you assume, I mean, I think this is stupid anyway. I'm just going to use your words. If you assume that atheism is true, then Jane said, in your argument, you have to assume the Christian God exists. And you're both on the same fucking playing field. This is why Presup is trash.
Well,
but you arguments, they all personally like it. Why the fuck would you like something that's obviously trash?
Well, I don't think they're equivalent in the same as like they're the same argument, right?
Of course you don't, because you're a motivated reasoner.
Yep.
Motivated as fuck. You personally don't think the other one goes through because you really like yours. Yeah, that's dumb.
Well, no, his didn't have anything to do with like grounding for reality or anything. It was just about.
Why would that ever matter?
I mean, are you trying to give me a run tag on you? That's not my intent.
No. I'm asking you for the P and not P. What's the contradiction?
Well, just because there's no contradiction and just a blatant syllogism about atheism being true, it's about evidences, right? I mean, that's what it's all about, is evidences, which is more likely.
It's about evidences?
Yeah, it's not about contradiction in atheism. It's about given evidence, which is more likely, right?
Tom, wasn't the conclusion in your syllogism that Christianity is false, not that atheism is true?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're just confused.
You claimed that atheism was incoherent. That would imply that there's a P and not P, and you just admitted that there isn't one.
Wait, incoherent doesn't mean contradiction.
Oh boy.
That's literally how I defined it when I said it to you.
No, I apologize. That's not how I would define incoherent. I mean, I could look up a definition.
Who cares what you think? Tom described it for you. By the way, Tom's conclusion was that Christianity is false, not that atheism is true. Did you miss that too?
Pretty sure you said there's no contradictions in atheism being true.
Just because there's no contradiction, does that mean it's true?
I'm pretty sure.
No, look, like Tolkien is like known for creating like a very cohesive world without contradictions. Doesn't mean that, there's hobbits.
I'm pretty sure like that was his. I mean, I don't think he was mocking presuppositional arguments, but that was his argument that there's no contradiction, therefore atheism is true.
He didn't say therefore atheism is true. He said therefore Christianity's false.
Yeah, exactly.
You keep missing this over and over again. I've said it 3 times now.
I was very specific in that because that's what the Christian presupper wants to say.
Okay, well, why? How would that follow then? Why would that make Christianity false? And that's the same thing as saying atheism.
Well, that's what the Christian presupper wants to say. Do you want to say that it's possible that atheism is possible?
Where's JJ when you need him?
Who's JJ?
Sorry.
Is atheism a possibility?
I don't claim to be all-knowing, but given my current state, I think there's a lot of things that would need to be reconciled for me to believe in materialism. And
you didn't. Well, also materialism is not entailing atheism. That's a strike there too. But you also evaded. You also evaded the question when I asked you. The question was, I don't even remember the question.
Is atheism possible?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and he means logically possible.
Logically possible?
Yeah.
I would have to have the actual infinity thing reconciled.
What is that? What does atheism have to do with infinity? Atheism, look. Tom, is it fair to sum up your claim or your idea of atheism as just there are no gods?
Yeah, but if we get into the substance of it, like law of excluded middle, you can't have your cake and eat it too, right? So if there's
it just seems like what you're saying, as far as you know right now, it is possible, right? That's what it sounds like you're saying. You're making an epistemic.
Epistemically, you could be wrong, I could be wrong, right? But I follow the evidence, and there's things. There's things within being a theist or a Christian that needs reconciling as well, But under atheism, I think it also has things that need to be reconciled.
Okay, great. So it's possible.
Yes.
I would say that it's not impossible entirely, but there would.
That's what it means. That's what it means. Possible, bro.
Jesus.
Yeah, but
do you know
what I'm saying? I'm being humble and saying because I don't.
Do you know that the Christian God exists?
I believe that is where the evidence has pointed me to.
Do you know the Christian God exists?
I don't know for 100% certainty. No, I don't make any.
So it's possible he doesn't exist, right?
Ooh.
Absolutely. Yeah, okay. You think I have a problem saying that?
Good. Well, you had a
really you're not much of a presupper. Not much of a presupper.
Yeah, you can't say that with precept, man. That doesn't work.
I don't really.
The nature of the universe presupposes God's existence.
No,
isn't the idea you can't get all this stuff without like the Christian God? Isn't that the idea?
Necessarily must exist.
Just because one worldview makes more sense of things doesn't mean that it's necessarily a fact, right?
It's not about makes more sense. Danger Mouse used the keyword necessary.
Necessary
in precept that God exists.
Yeah, so you think that all this stuff had to come from God in a transcendental argument, meaning X is necessary for Y, therefore Y. X is necessary for Y, therefore X, or whatever. You think that, but you also think that maybe it's atheism.
I'm like not that passionate about the tag argument, the transcendental argument. To be honest, I don't know.
That's been established. Yeah, that's been established.
How does Christianity make more sense of our experience? Like, how does?
If you're not passionate about something, then why would you consider it as like your own worldview? Like, why can't you just say that you're like
He said tag, not Christianity.
Yeah, the transcendental argument is not my entire view.
Oh, I see.
How does Christianity make more sense than, let's say, naturalism?
Well, there's a it takes a lot of faith to be a Christian. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of stupid crap in the Bible for sure, but also there's a I don't know, but there's a massive there's a bridge you have to jump from theism to Christianity, right? And I think theism comes first, and then if one wants to put their faith in Christ due to their personal experiences or due to the historical case of the resurrection, that's on them, right? But that's about as far as you can get.
That answered the question at all. I think I was asking about naturalism, wasn't it?
So how does believing a God make more sense of animal
Tom, your
suffering
mic's
than
super far
naturalism?
away.
Yeah. So since you're not making the claim that it's one way or the other, you would also sign off on an argument that said atheism is a necessary condition for our world and reality. Our reality exists, therefore atheism is true. You wouldn't have a problem with that either, right?
Wait, say that again.
Yeah, he needs to.
It's just the same. It's just the same transcendental claim for atheism, which you think is possible, right?
I'm not claiming that the transcendental argument proves God. You guys are acting like I'm like super passionate about tag or something. Do I think it's do I think grounding is important whenever you combine with a bunch of different evidences? It's like, okay, yeah, that's
fucking grounding. Why are you doing this to yourself?
Okay,
you're doing everything you're doing, everything that's happening to you right now.
I have no issue
doing to yourself.
I have no issue with you saying logic and all these things are just separate brute facts. Okay, I'm just saying, to me, I prefer them to be grounded. Okay, you can reject that or accept it. I don't care. I'm not running.
Yeah, they could be grounded in atheism, and you believe that's possible, right?
Yeah, they wouldn't be grounded in one source. They would be just separate brute facts, right?
Well, I don't know how it works. They would be grounded in atheism, though, right?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, that's great. We're making progress. Awesome.
Please don't tell any pre-suppers what you've just said.
Did I just offend the Jay Dyer fans?
You just tipped your hat to the atheism as being the necessary condition for logic. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like you just gave up the game. Like that's not pre-sell.
Well, my whole thing is it possible? Yes. Does one have more explanatory power? Yes, and I believe the one where it's grounded in one source instead
I was
of
just coming in.
What?
Which one more?
Well, then you're
has
actually
more explanatory power is not about being necessary, is it?
No,
yeah, that's what tag is tag is a necessary relation.
I'll grant you that's what I guess I need to change my sort of perspective on this. I don't really think about the transcendental argument. I wasn't really trying to run it. So, yeah.
You're what kind of Christian are you, by the way? What kind of signs are you flashing?
I don't follow a denomination.
Are you freestyle like most internet Christians?
Pretty much.
Just kind of window shop, kind of take this off the shelf, sort of like build your own Millennium Falcon out of different Lego sets.
Yep, I believe in a very graceful God. I'm an annihilationist.
Ooh, graceful.
Yep.
What is grace to you?
Grace to me is having mercy for us as we are sinners, and yeah, I mean the whole basis for Christianity.
Undeserved favor, something like that?
Sure.
When God's perfectly just?
Yep.
Meaning that he always gives someone what they deserve?
Yep, on the epistemic level.
Well, if that's the case, then how does he give somebody grace?
Because we deserve grace. Oh,
you just said that grace is undeserved favor.
I know you're trying to play some word games here.
No, it's pretty straightforward. It's just directly a contradiction. I would take word games to try and do like gymnastics with words to like get something, but that was pretty straightforward, don't you think?
Yeah, well, God is just, and that's why He had to give us grace. Because if He's just and we're to die without being forgiven, then we would go to hell. Correct?
Is grace undeserved favor?
Well, He paid the debt. That's the whole point.
What? He paid the debt. Does that mean that grace is undeserved favor?
Does that mean that grace is undeserved favor?
That's the question.
Can you hear the fucking question?
Yeah.
Can I hear the fucking question?
I said yes.
He said yes. He said yes.
Okay, well then that's game over. I mean, God can't give grace. Damn.
God is not gracious. You heard it here first, folks.
Sounds like the guy trying to play word games is you.
I'm being so uncombative right now.
No one said you were being combative.
Well, I'm just saying I'm like barely engaging.
Do you go to church?
Agreed. You are barely engaging. That's right.
No, you don't go to church.
He just told us that he's a freestyling Christian.
He also said there's a lot of stupid shit in the Bible. End quote.
Yeah. I'm also not I'm not a street preacher, guys. I like debating like theism and stuff.
Oh, that's oh God! This whole time I thought you were a street preacher. That's crazy.
No, my faith my faith is personal to me. I don't really.
I think you got a problem though, because didn't you tell me that God's grace is the entire basis of Christianity?
Something like that.
Something like
yeah, and now you're okay with the entire basis of your Christianity having a direct contradiction?
I mean, this is just fallibility on my end. You know, this isn't really.
Oh.
It's fallibility on your end. What does that mean?
It means that for one, I'm very new to the Christian faith. For two, that like I said, I like to talk about theism, and because I was an atheist like majority of my life, and I like philosophy and stuff, and then my Christian faith is personal to me. You know what I mean, if you want to bring up we can talk about this talking snake if you'd like. If you really want to get me good.
I was trying to talk about grace, which was the basis of your Christianity, and now you want to talk about a talking snake? Seems like we might have to start with the basics, right?
I mean, I can just send you the Christianity.org to reconcile that one. I don't know what you want.
Well, you could just send me something about why talking snakes is cool too, right? So should we just end the conversation?
I don't take.
You want to just have a conversation where we just send links to each other? Is that what you want?
Whoa. Freaky.
It's funny how when you started the conversation with Jack, you were so fucking confident that it absolutely had to be true. It was necessarily true. We get all the way down the line, and now you're like, "Oh, it's just personal to me, bro."
Oh no! Whoa,
isn't that weird?
I was talking about naturalism versus something transcendent. I was talking about theism versus atheism. You know, if
you were talking about fucking time and the beginning of the universe.
Yeah, and if a transcendent cause, a volitional cause, was more coherent than a mechanistic cause, right? I mean, this is metaphysics, you know.
But now you're just saying, "Oh, it's personal to me." It's not necessary at all. You even admitted that atheism could be true. What's happened? Happened to you, man?
Wow, he said atheism could be true, dude. Holy shit.
I mean, do most Christians say
what? You know what a Christian sounds like to me when they say something like that? 2 words: lukewarm.
Yeah, I don't know any Christian that says for 100% fact.
Well,
Jesus
I don't know.
They're like literally like they might even be the majority in this very server.
I don't even know. I don't know atheists that say they know for 100% certainty that God does not exist. I think it's all around disingenuous.
Well, atheists don't. That's not as common as
definition.
Christians.
That's the definition of atheism, though.
The lack of belief in God, but you also have like hard atheism, which is a positive thing.
Let's not take that, babe. That's a John Lee type discussion.
You have Gnostic atheism, which is making the positive claim that God does not exist. You have agnostic atheism.
No one gives a fuck about this either.
Just ignore it. Just ignore it.
Oh, okay.
The definition of atheism is fucking stupid.
Almost every single pre-supper, by the way, just to let you know, sir, they will hold that they're 100% positive, and they're saying it's like logically impossible for Christianity to not be true.
Yes,
and
necessary.
And all the words. Yeah.
Look, Matt Slick's here. Matt, is it necessarily true that God exists?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, this is a good person to talk to. So this Christian here is a newer Christian. He's saying he doesn't believe that. Maybe you could tell him why that's the wrong way to go.
I don't know what he teaches, so can't comment.
Well, he doesn't teach anything. He says that atheism is possibly true, but he's a Christian.
I say that because it is obviously a fact that I don't have all knowledge. Therefore, if I don't have all knowledge, I could be mistaken, right? I mean, that's a humble approach.
If Christianity is true, then atheism is false. Christianity is true, therefore atheism is false.
Do you see how long it took us to find one Christian that believes in the thing that you said you've never even heard of and you don't think exists?
We don't know how much he knows in the faith or logic or philosophy, so whatever. Why is your atheism true?
He didn't say that atheism's true. That guy's a Christian, man.
For those who are atheists in here, why is your atheism true?
Well, I'll give you the same argument I gave him. If the Christian God is true, then atheism is incoherent. Atheism is not incoherent. Conclusion, the Christian God is not true.
So establish for me, please, how atheism is not incoherent. So can you explain where life came from, for example?
No.
Okay. Can you explain where the universal laws of logic come from?
No.
Can you explain where the ultimate beginning of all reality comes from?
No.
Okay. So you're just
and you're no closer to you're no closer to defeating the argument.
If a worldview can't account for the basics of epistemology, reason, that is, knowledge, beginnings, etc., then it's incoherent.
Well, something's incoherent if there's a contradiction. What's the contradiction?
The incoherence lies within atheism, because you, as an atheist, go with what you said, you could not provide the condition necessary for even intelligibility.
Well,
So
I'm just an individual, and if I say I don't know anything, that doesn't mean that the concept of atheism contains a contradiction. Surely you understand that.
Yeah, then bring it. Or are you just going to appeal to ignorance?
No, you're supposed to bring it, but I can bring it with a truth table. Do you know what a truth table is, Matt?
Yeah, but here's the thing. You made a statement that atheism is not incoherent, that it is coherent.
That's correct. Yeah.
So tell me how you made a statement. Tell me how it's coherent.
With the truth table.
Assuming the universality of the laws of logic is what you're presupposing.
With the truth table.
You're presupposing the laws of logic to do that. What justifies those laws of logic in your atheistic worldview?
Me saying I don't know doesn't matter.
If you say you don't know, it's an admission that your position is insufficient.
If a person is ignorant of X, Does that mean X is false?
If you can appeal to ignorance, we can go call the argumentum ad absurdum. We don't know, so therefore, since we don't know, it could be the laws of logic are carried by fairies from Venus. So we don't know that's true or false, so therefore we can use it as an argument.
Yeah, is there something incoherent with that?
Yeah, so the idea here called argumentum ad absurdum, are you familiar with what that is in logic?
Yeah.
Okay, then you wouldn't ask the question you just did.
Well, what's
so
the
demonstrate
what
for
is
me. Demonstrate for me what condition must be in order for the universality of the laws of logic to have their existence.
I don't know.
Okay, so your atheism repeatedly fails the test.
That doesn't mean it fails.
Why would you have
just
failed?
Because I say I don't know something, does that mean atheism is false? Just answer that just straightforwardly, yes or no.
It doesn't necessitate that something's false if you're
there
ignorant.
We go. So you haven't done anything.
So what I have actually, and I've posed several questions to you, and your retreat is, I don't know. The reason you don't know,
by your own admission,
is because
doesn't mean atheism is false.
The reason you retreat to that is because your atheism does not ground reality, knowledge, laws of logic, or absolute morals, which is why you say you don't know. So to say you don't know is consistent with the problems of atheism. I've asked you to justify,
but it doesn't mean atheism
within
is
your
incoherent.
atheism. And by saying that, you're presupposing the validity of the laws of logic, which you can't account for in your atheism.
Yeah, and me not knowing the answer to those questions is also consistent with being true.
Then if you don't know about your own atheism, maybe you should sit down and let someone who's knowledgeable and cogent in a discussion stand up and take your place, because you're obviously, I'm walking around the block so I'm out of breath. You're obviously not able to defend your position.
Well, I can defend it because there's no contradiction. That's all the defense I need. And you still have yet to even approach even taking that on.
To say there's no contradiction presupposes the universality of the laws of logic. You presuppose their ubiquity and absolute quality. From your atheistic worldview, how do you justify that?
Irrelevant. What's the P and not P in atheism, Matt? Go ahead.
Okay, so again, what you do is you ignore the difficulty and then challenge. The ignoring of a difficulty doesn't make it go away. You're presupposing the universality of the laws of logic. You're assuming them. What justifies the legitimacy of you presupposing them from your atheistic worldview?
Go
ahead, tell me. Okay, if it's irrelevant,
what is the P and not P in atheism? Go ahead, Matt.
Then you're saying that logic and the preconditions for logic are irrelevant in your worldview. That's irrational. At this point,
they're not relevant.
At this point, we say
analysis of atheism, Matt.
At this point, we say next. You're done.
What's the contradiction in atheism, Matt? Go ahead.
Are you not listening to what I said? Go ahead.
What's the P and not P in atheism, Matt Slick? Go ahead.
Are you not listening to what I said? Why don't you repeat my argument?
You just said I can't ground it. Blah blah blah. So what?
Ground
Doesn't
what?
Matter.
Ground what?
Logic. You said.
What are the universal
and then I'm
laws
presupposing
of
it doesn't matter. What is the contradiction? What is the P and not P?
Your worldview must account for the very premises that you use to defend your worldview. If it can't defend itself, it's incoherent, and that's the contradiction. If your
you're not talking about my view,
if you cannot provide the conditions that defend your own position, and you continually resort to, I don't know, just an escape clause, you're admitting ignorance, you're admitting incapability, and you're also admitting that your atheistic worldview that you hold is incapable of providing necessary preconditions for intelligibility.
Yeah, no
Since
problem.
It cannot do that, therefore it refutes itself, therefore it cannot be true.
Now, under your worldview, you have ground.
Next.
Yeah, under your worldview, you have grounding and everything. So what is the P and not P under your worldview? Go ahead.
Notice, everybody, he can't deal with what I'm raising. This is a technique of the weak who have no argument. They know they can't present.
I literally opened with a modus ponens argument. I actually opened.
They go on the attack. They go on. Yeah, you're presupposing modus ponens. What validates?
Yeah, but you affirm modus tollens, right? You affirm modus tollens, right? You affirm modus tollens, right? Do you affirm modus tollens? Do you affirm modus tollens?
What validates?
There you go. That's so it's irrelevant. Again, another thing that's irrelevant.
What validates it in your worldview? Have you thought it through?
According to you, it's God.
Or do you just plead ignorance about your own worldview because it's insufficient? So you say constantly, I don't know, I don't know. It's not an intellectual issue with you. It's simply an issue of your will. You desire to deny the intelligibility and the necessity of God.
Yeah, here we go with the
That's all you're doing. Well, hey, look, buddy, you're the one who can't defend your own atheism.
I did. I literally gave you an argument for it.
What was the argument that atheism is true again? What is it?
Can somebody give it to him?
Oh, you don't even know your own argument?
No,
Man,
I'm doing something right now.
You're just failing left and right. And you don't even know enough
the argument
to know.
Was super simple, Matt.
Come on now.
The argument was super simple.
That you espouse.
Like, I can give it to you now.
Your worldview that you espouse.
If the Christian God is true, then atheism is incoherent. It's not the case. Atheism is incoherent.
You don't even know.
The Christian God is not true. There you go.
You don't even know what your worldview teaches. Your own personal view. You're not able to defend it. You're not able to ground it. You're not able to do anything except say, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have to know. That's what you got.
Are you gonna respond to the argument?
So then what?
Did he leave? No, he disconnected or something?
Since you appeal to them, you're presupposing the universe out of the laws of logic. How does your atheism justify that presupposition to begin with? Don't run and hide. Don't run and hide. Answer the question.
It doesn't.
This is a worldview.
It doesn't matter.
So you're saying, not only does it doesn't, now it doesn't matter. So you're saying I don't have to argue cogently. I don't have to. I'm just going to not play the game of logic and thought because I don't have any answers. That's where you're sitting. That demonstrates
the argument. The argument doesn't depend on any of those questions being answered.
So you're not able to answer. You're not able to.
Which premise do you deny? Which premise do you deny?
You constantly ignore what I say. You beg the question.
Which premise do you deny?
You listen to me. You assume the universality of the laws of logic in your worldview.
You're crashing
I'm asking you to justify that in your worldview. Go ahead.
And I can say I don't know, and it doesn't change anything.
Well, then if you say I don't know, then I could say to you, I don't have to answer.
You don't have to, and then you could just not object to the argument. What's the issue?
And so then what we're doing, if we play by his rules, his assumptions, then argumentation falls apart.
The rules of answering a question? Is that the problem?
If you're not able to propose...
So him not wanting to answer questions irrelevant to the argument that he raised is what makes argumentation fall apart? That's like, what?
That's not what I was saying, and you need to listen as well.
That's clearly what you just said.
That's not what I was saying. No, it's not. I know that you guys are atheists, so lying's not a big deal for you guys. So, since you can lie, I don't care about what your arguments are, right?
What just happened the last 2 minutes.
So what we can do is we can ask, what is it in atheism that provides the universality of those laws of logic that you appeal to in order to argue against Christianity?
And it doesn't matter to the argument.
Give me the logical reason. Give me the logical reason why it doesn't matter.
It just sounds like you're dodging the argument. Is that supposed to be an objection?
Give me a logical reason why it doesn't matter. Give me the logical reason why it doesn't matter.
He doesn't want to engage the argument, so I guess he's just gonna.
Oh, I guess his diapers are filthy. He doesn't want to. Yeah.
Evidently, that would be one explanation that would explain the data.
No, I don't grant neutrality in the laws of logic and the conditions necessary for logical argumentation and discussion. You presuppose their validity. Is that supposed to be relevant to the argument? You presuppose them without justifying them. You just assume them. You are begging the question examples.
Does it follow that?
Look, we can have conversations about logic. I don't think you'd understand it, but that's not relevant to the argument that you're clearly dodging. So if you
begging the question or not? Are you begging the question or not?
No,
you're not begging the question. Can you prove? Can you then
premise
use
isn't
logic
in the
to
conclusion.
demonstrate?
It's not
Do you-
begging the question.
Can you use logic to demonstrate logic exists?
Just so we're clear, Matt, you misused the term begging the question.
What sort of a weird question
Can
is
you
that?
use logic to demonstrate that logic exists?
As long as you're okay with begging the question being used
Is that
properly.
question
That's
relevant
begging
to
the
the
question.
argument that you're dodging?
You are saying, as atheists, that you want to use logic. You assume its validity. That's begging the question. You're assuming its universality
That's
and
not begging the
ubiquity.
question.
You're
That's not what
assuming
begging
it.
the question is, and that's not what I'm
You're
doing.
let me-
But it's also not
let me
relevant to the
finish.
argument that you continue
Let
to
me
dodge.
finish.
So either
You're
you're going
assuming
to respond
it.
to the argument, or
You're
just
assuming
iterate
it.
in the nonsense way that you
You're
do.
assuming it in order to argue.
That's not begging the
So
question.
when I
Matt.
ask
know what
you,
begging the question
what are
is.
the
Even if
what are
that's
the
true, which it's
conditions?
not, why is that
What are the
relevant to the argument? You
conditions?
continue to say stuff
What
that's
are the
not relevant to the
conditions
argument,
that must
and
exist
it's just wasting
for
everyone's
your
time.
logic to? So you have to demonstrate
I
to
think
me using
your
logic.
brain is
Look,
oozing out
this
of
is
your ears. Why
you're
do you
dogpiling.
continue
Look,
to
you
dodge the
guys.
argument?
His fizz.
Now you're just dogpiling because you can't answer. This is how
You're
atheists
the one
work.
dodging the argument that was raised to you.
I'm not
right? If
dodging.
you're gonna
I'm
have these
requiring
arguments-
you
You're absolutely
to
dodging.
justify your position. You're dodging.
That's
You
not the
little
argument. That's not
rannies,
relevant
you
to the
guys who
argument.
can't think straight, who don't know what logic is, universality, particulars,
You have no
universals.
idea.
Matt, you
You
need to
don't know.
understand
No idea what any of those
basic
things are.
question about
You don't know.
presenting a P
I
and
like
not
talking about those things. Those are interesting topics.
Demonstrate.
Right? I wouldn't
Demonstrate to
you
me
wouldn't be able to track a
why your
conversation if I had
why
if I
your
had it with you. But
worldview.
it's not relevant to the argument that you continue to
Demonstrate the
dodge.
coherence of your worldview to begin with, so that we can then justify and believe that your arguments are sound.
Christians in the chat. This is what's called
Is that an
burden
objection to
shifting.
the argument?
Matt Slick is absolutely burden shifting right now. He was supposed to provide a P and not P, but now he's saying, "Why don't you justify?"
No,
your
I never
worldview?"
said I
As
wasn't
you can see,
provided.
Christians
I
don't like
asked
Matt
you
Slick.
something.
And then further,
I asked
just
you,
also
and you
realize
can't.
he's using begging the question improperly.
Okay.
Just don't take any
Yeah,
advice.
so really, he
No,
knows
I'm
I asked
nothing
you,
about logic or
demonstrating
dialogue.
worldview.
I asked you.
I'm
Yeah,
just
I
interested
could
to know
just
if he
like
actually wants
When
to.
you go on the
If he
attack,
wants to engage the argument
you
or not.
interrupt and you dogpile because you guys can't handle a serious
You're
discussion.
Mr. Interrupter here.
I mean, I could just borrow. I
Engage
mean,
in a
like,
serious discussion.
I'll just. How about this? I'll just say I'm.
You guys are the ones interrupting constantly and dogpiling. So stop
about
being
you just
hypocrites.
You're a moderator,
One
or
of
do one
you,
at a time?
one of you
Yeah, I'll
have a
just-
discussion with me
Okay.
instead of trying to help each other out when you get beat up.
Talking to you. Tom's talking.
Look, man. How about this? Well, I'll just meet you in the middle here, and and I'll borrow from. I'll quote air quotes borrow from your worldview. Logic comes from God, all right? So, like, if there's an internal problem, there's some conflict there. Well, it's not going to matter anyway. Okay, so now that we've established that I'm borrowing from your worldview, okay. Now, what's the P and not P? Go ahead, Matt Slick.
If you borrow from my worldview, you're conceding your worldview is insufficient. Argument over.
No, that's not how I can import it and see if there's any conflict internally with the
Borrow
other
from the
things.
worldview.
If you borrow from my worldview, you're admitting your worldview is insufficient. You refute yourself.
According to you.
Stick
Right.
with
So
your own
now,
worldview.
so now I'm licensed
You
to use
can't.
logic, right? Because I'm borrowing from your worldview that God creates logic, right? There we go. Now, what's
That's
the
not a
P and not P? So now, what's
That's
the
not a
P and not
position.
P? Matt Slick in
That's
atheism.
not
Go
our
ahead.
position. That's not our position. So you don't even know our position. Now, if you by default view our position and use its validity, you then by definition are invalidating your own.
No, because
You're
you
the
just
one.
granted. Just for example, if you're performing an internal critique, and you say, okay, let's say that so and so's
the
wife
best you guys
isn't.
got?
We can just say so and so's wife isn't cheating on him, and then we have video of it happening, and then we have photographs, and we have our confession. That doesn't mean that, well, you said she's not cheating, so then your hypothesis is false that she is. That's not how that works. You grant something tentatively in order to see if there's conflict. So we're going to tentatively grant that Christian God is what grounds logic. Now, what's the P and not P in atheism? Go ahead, Matt Slick.
Why do you
Thanks for
say go
admitting
ahead?
defeat.
It's
Appreciate
so
it.
condescending.
You shut up.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you admit defeat. Thank you.
Matt, as
Oh.
a Christian myself, I would like to know just what is the P and not P in atheism. I'm very curious, though. If you wouldn't mind entertaining that answer for me.
Who are you talking to?
He doesn't
To
know.
you, I'm another Christian. I believe in God, but I am curious because I've never heard of somebody saying that there is a P and not P in atheism. So I'm just kind of curious what that is.
Oh, No, it's a technique used by atheists to avoid cross-examination of their own worldview. They ignore what the foundational problems they have. Then they try and turn it on the interlocutor and say, you need to provide this. But what they're doing is presupposing the worldview that necessitates the grounding of laws of logic. So they presuppose it, but they can't defend it. And then they want me to say P1 and P2. I started off our discussion by saying P1, if Christianity is true, atheism is false. Christianity is true, therefore atheism is false. They don't remember that. And so these guys who think they're thinking well really are not. They can't ground their logic, they can't ground their worldview, and they don't remember what I started off with.
Yeah, well, what you just described is false because, as the person stated who asked the question, they are not an atheist, so they're by definition not an atheist who's using it as a technique. In fact, it's a Christian who's asking you, what's the P and not P?
Wow.
Go ahead, Matt Slick. Go ahead.
I guess you're not. Wow, you really can't listen. I guess you weren't able to do that. So I was talking to the Christian about what the atheists are, giving him the basically the lowdown, and then I repeated the. And then P1,
So you're
P2 with C.
P and not P and atheism not being true, but if Christianity is true, it necessitates that atheism is false.
Christianity is true, P1. P2, if Christianity is true, atheism is false. Christianity is true, therefore atheism is false.
Yeah, but under
Simple.
atheism, Christianity is not true, so that wouldn't be an internal critique, and that wouldn't be answering the question under atheism, what is the P and not P? So try again, Matt Slick, go ahead.
So then, since you said Christianity is not true, demonstrate to me why it's not true to justify your logic.
No, we're still on the question, P and not P in atheism. Go ahead, Matt Slick.
You just fell into the trap. So you said Christianity is not true. Okay, defend it or withdraw it.
He says it's consequence of atheism that Christianity is not true.
He'll do anything he can to not give the P and not P. Anything he can.
I've already done it. I've already given it several times.
I gave the argument why Christianity. I gave the argument why Christianity is not true. What are you talking about, my guy?
If you're the one who's made the statement, you made the statement. It's not true. So I'm asking you.
Yeah, I gave you. That's the argument we're talking about. That's what we opened with 30 minutes ago, Matt.
All right, amateurs. You don't know logic, you're not doing well. You made a statement. I gave you the syllogism. I gave it to you. You said one of the premises was not true. Okay, demonstrate why it's not true. Demonstrate why Christianity is not true.
Not only did he give an argument for that, that's not the actual claim that he made. He claimed that atheism is Christianity is not true.
He said it.
He said only atheism and Christianity is not true. He didn't just
assert Christianity is not true.
Matt, do you
no,
know
Christianity is not true. If you could listen to the statement, the point was that all atheism and Christianity is not true. The point is you're supposed to derive a contradiction from atheism.
Stop dogpiling. You're just admitting he needs a lot of help.
All right, Detroyer, go ahead, man.
I mean, this is so dumb. Just
the more you guys jump in, the more you're admitting he's not doing well.
He did perfectly fine. I mean, he asked you to show a contradiction on atheism. And you said, well, Christianity is true. If Christianity is true, atheism is false. So atheism is false. That's not a contradiction on atheism because, as he pointed out, it's not true that on atheism, Christianity is true, right? So you can't derive the truth of Christianity from the truth of atheism.
He said,
so you haven't derived the contradiction on atheism.
Exactly.
He said
Moreover, you
Christianity
asked him to have an argument against Christianity, what he did 30 minutes ago. So it's not
Which is argument against
Christianity.
What's the argument that Christianity is false?
Oh, he forgot it already.
What's the argument that Christianity is false?
But Tom can give it again.
Well, hey, come on, guys.
The argument was.
Are you having you got to defend each other because he's doing so badly?
Oh my God, I'm giving it to you. If you just be quiet.
Come on. If one of you can talk at a time, that's how we do it.
There's only one person talking. I was waiting for you to stop talking.
She's not doing well. So go ahead.
Waiting for you to stop talking. Okay. If Christianity is true, then atheism is incoherent, meaning that there's a contradiction in atheism. It's not the case that atheism is incoherent. Conclusion, Christianity is not true.
Okay, demonstrate to me that why atheism is not incoherent.
With the truth table, you know what it is?
Yes, demonstrate to me the truth of that proposition.
Yeah, that's established with the truth table.
Okay, demonstrate to me the truth of that particular proposition that atheism is incoherent.
Yeah, that's established with the truth table.
Okay, establish to me, give me the foundation, the logic, why the statement is true.
You mean you want me to justify logic? I can't do that.
Okay, so you're not able to justify logic.
So I'll borrow
You're
from
not
your
able to
worldview.
justify
I'll borrow from
our
your worldview that
You're not able
Christianity
to
grounds
justify
logic,
why we exist
and
or where we came
Christianity
from.
justifies logic.
You're not able
and there
to
we go.
justify universals. You're not able to justify anything.
But
and
being
yet
not
you say,
able to justify doesn't
and
mean
then you say-
anything.
and then you say it's true. But I'm talking to one person, and this is what typically happens when one atheist gets cornered and gets beat up. His buddies
same
jump
person
in
talking.
to defend him because you guys recognize he's getting demolished. So you have to help him. You have to defend.
When you
ask
me,
use Lord's name in vain.
oh my God.
So when you make a statement, then defend the statement. But you can't.
You're asking me to defend it within the domain of logical consistency, correct?
Yeah, I'm asking you to be rational. That's right.
Right. So then, in the domain of rational consistency, which we both sign off on and assume, there you go. Now there's no need to justify anything, because what you're asking for is it for it to be incoherent or to be coherent within that domain. Go ahead. That's like, go ahead.
Okay, I'll go ahead. You ready? You presuppose the universality of the laws of logic, and you can't defend it from your worldview. If you cannot defend it from your worldview is insufficient and casts doubt on itself. A worldview that casts doubt on itself is incoherent by nature. So demonstrate to me coherently why atheism can provide the necessary preconditions for intelligibility. With universals and particulars, do you know what those are?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what's a universal?
The dog would be a universal, and then like a border collie would be a particular, right?
Wrong. Dogness is a universal. A particular dog is a particular instantiation.
Yeah, dogness, whatever you want to call it. I mean, who cares?
You don't even know. Gosh, no wonder you're doing badly.
Anyways, what's the answer? Go ahead,
Matt.
Matt.
I'm waiting for the answer. Go ahead. I'm waiting for the answer. Give me a rational reason why atheism is true. You said it's coherent. What's the reason it is?
You mean appeal to the domain of logic? Yeah, that's already established. That's the domain we're fighting in. So you asking me to justify it is irrelevant.
Use logic to justify your belief system, your position, your atheism. Come on.
Yeah, I did it. I gave you an argument.
Quiet. If you can't, sit down, keep quiet, let the big boys talk.
The big boys talk? Bro, you've been given an argument and you can't even point out P and not P. You're literally yelling at me from the kitty. You're literally yelling at me from the kitty table and then talking about the
I did, and you don't even listen. You guys deny the facts, you deny the truth. And you can't even justify the universality of the laws of logic. You can't. You admit you can't.
If I can't justify the grounding for the laws of logic, does that mean that atheism is false logically?
That means you can't defend your own position.
Does it mean that atheism is false logically? Go ahead.
What I say now is, next person up to bat. You can't do it.
Yeah, and they ask the same question because you have no answer.
I already answered you. Now, I'm asking you a question. You are not able to justify the truth of your atheism. Sit down. Who's next?
I'm able to justify it within the domains of logic and arguments, which is the domain you requested, right?
Okay, let's see how good you are. Use logic to justify atheism's truth.
Yeah, I gave you an argument. Do you want me to give it for the seventh time now?
Yeah, give me P1.
Yeah, if the Christian God is true, then atheism is incoherent, meaning that it contains a P and not P. Premise 2, it's not the case that atheism contains a P and not P. Conclusion, Christianity is false. That's about the 6th or 7th time I've given that argument.
Yeah, I understand the
maybe you should move closer to the big boy table because you're just still yelling from the kiddie table.
Now that I understand, and I already said I understand, I get it. Now I'm asking you to verify the premises. Something can be valid but not sound, and sound and not valid. I'm asking you to demonstrate the truth of P2. You just sit there and give P1 and P2, and then you're done? You haven't validated anything.
Wrong. You're actually wrong again. If something is sound, it's necessarily valid.
You can't.
Don't you teach a logic course, Matt?
No.
You're talking about the big boy table, and you don't even know the difference between sound and validity. That's embarrassing.
Are you able to justify your P2?
Yeah, with the truth table.
Okay, why is atheism true? Why is it not incoherent? Since you are not able to defend its coherence.
What are you talking about? Haven't you just listened to what I said? Go into Google and it'll make the truth table for you.
You said you cannot provide the conditions or explanation for the universality of the laws of logic, nor universal morals, nor our existence, nor the origin of life. You said you couldn't do that.
Yes,
that
so
means
what?
you're not able to defend your atheism.
It doesn't matter because we've already established we're going to be doing this within the confines of logic and arguments.
So then,
what?
So then, this point I just say next. You already admitted you can't defend your own
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Detroyer. Someone else can talk to you.
Go ahead. Come on, next person.
So
I can have a go if you want.
No, I want Detroyer to go.
Sorry, did he give the derivation of the inconsistency or not?
He did not.
Oh, then what's the point? I'll just wait until he does that or attempts to do that.
No, you guys are missing the point. He made a P2 statement. I'm asking him to validate the P2 statement. He's not able to.
He offered you the truth table, and you didn't want to hear
it. I got it. I understand it. I'm saying, okay, now demonstrate to me the proposition you're claiming is true, that you're using in the logic table.
Matt, you
demonstrate it's true.
Matt, you earlier stated that there was an incoherence, which is to say
dogpiling.
You're interrupting me, Matt. No one was talking.
Who's next?
You earlier said
Who's next?
that.
Are you next?
You earlier said that there was a.
Are you next? Are you the one next? Are you the one who wants to tackle me now?
I'm talking right now.
Yes.
So you earlier
yes.
said.
Okay, I guess you are.
You earlier said that the argument had an incoherency to it. The P and not P. Now you're saying, okay, now there is an incoherency, which is just you admitting defeat. Now you're asking, now justify P2, which is not admission that there is a logical incoherence there. But by P2, because there's no incoherence, Christianity is false.
Oh, wow. So then you're not able to defend P2 as a truth value, are you? Don't go ahead and demonstrate
what I just said.
It's true.
Do you know how to track? Have you ever tracked before? Was your first
I
time
did
trying?
pretty good. Yeah, I did pretty good when I was in high school. A lot of track. Now look, I'm asking you to validate. P2.
Why?
That there's no, because it's a statement you guys are making. Defend your truth
you
claim.
No longer defend the claim that there's incoherence.
If you can't, then you can sit down next to the other guy.
There's no incoherence. So you
sit down. Look, no, I didn't say that. I'm saying the incoherence is simply that you haven't established the truth value of P2.
That's
if
not
P2 is not, would you let me finish? If P2 cannot be established, then it's incoherent.
That doesn't follow.
If you can't establish it, your worldview does not permit it, does not allow it, then it's incoherent by definition.
What?
Tell me why.
Yeah, can you say that with different words that make sense?
Okay, you guys, look. Excuse me, I'm burping. If you guys can't defend P2, I understand why. This is why you can't deal with the argument. You have to go on the attack. It's an admission of the weakness.
You still haven't defended the claim that if P2 is undefended, that therefore it's incoherent. That's insane.
If P2 is not true, then you can't trust the conclusion. Is that correct?
You mean it's not sound?
You have two true statements. Okay.
Yeah. If it's false, the argument is not sound.
So then defend it so we can see if it's coherent.
Well, you're the one saying it is incoherent. You said it was incoherent.
Truth. Come on. Defend P2.
You said it was incoherent.
Hey,
now you are changing to, defend P2, and maybe we'll find an incoherence. But that's just silly, Matt, because that's what's called burden shifting.
No, you're the guys doing this. I'm asking you to defend what you stated.
How can it be me doing it when it's your words?
P2 is defended that there is no contradiction. That's how it's defended. Because there's no contradiction in atheism, P2 is defended.
If there's no contradiction, then you have to. I understand what you're saying. I'm trying to tell you. Got it. Now,
then show the contradiction. Show the contradiction.
I'm showing you that P2, if it's invalid, then you can't trust the conclusion.
That's just saying it could be false, but that doesn't mean false arguments aren't incoherent necessarily, right?
I understand what you're saying. I get it.
Right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Now, defend P2.
But you said there was an incoherency.
Defend it.
That's shifting the burden.
All right.
See, Christians, if you notice, he made the claim. He made the claim. He made the claim that there was an incoherency. Now he's trying to say, "Well, I'm not going to defend that claim. Instead, I'm going to shift the burden and make you defend P2." Christians, don't be like Matt Slick.
And contradiction is not.
Yeah, you just put it in a truth table.
So I'm asking you.
Table.
If you're just answer the question.
Do you know what a truth table is, Matt Slick? Do you know what a truth table is?
Are you able to defend P2?
Sir, have you ever heard of a truth table?
Yeah, it's a truth table.
Floyd, just chill.
Can you defend it? Can you defend it?
Have you heard of a truth table before?
Yes. Can you defend it?
So then you put it into a truth table, and there's no incoherency there. Conclusion: there's no incoherency there.
Defend the truth value. Defend the statement.
Defend the truth value. No, we're talking about coherency, Matt. Do you know what coherency means?
I know about coherency. And
what does coherency mean?
I'm asking you to defend your position.
What does coherency mean?
I'm not going to get on these side trails.
Matt,
defend your position.
What? Matt, you're only made of side trails. So what does coherency mean?
Okay, you can't defend it.
What does coherency mean?
You can't defend it. You guys.
That's not what coherency means. You got that wrong.
Down in rabbit trails. I'm asking you to defend the position. You can't do it, can you?
Christians, notice that Matt Slick is now defining coherency as defending a premise. Another misuse of terminology. Want to just flag that.
Defend P2? Are you able to?
What does coherency mean, Matt Slick?
Yeah.
Are you able to defend P2?
Yeah, it was a truth table.
Are you able to defend it as being
do you know what P2 was?
I'm asking you because it's P2.
Do you remember what P2 was?
Was that atheism is not incoherent, which means it is coherent.
Which means therefore, a truth table will solve that.
Establish that it is coherent.
Truth table solves that, right?
Establish that atheism is coherent.
Yeah, that's how we do it.
Yeah, truth table.
Establish that it is. That the worldview, that there is no God. Tell me how atheism is coherent and provides the necessary precondition for intelligibility, our existence, and
now you've added more.
If there are morals.
Now you've added more shit.
That's what we've been talking about.
No, you just added more shit there.
Weren't you here listening, or are you not in the full context?
And I quote, well, what you said
can't
was
do it.
What you said before was
you can't do it.
What you said before, Matt, can you stop interrupting and have some decorum, please?
No, you can't do it.
Oh, so you won't have decorum. Okay, just Christians in the room. Notice that he's refused to have decorum again. He's not showing the spirit.
I'm asking
Don't be like
you a
Matt
question.
So as I was saying, Matt, you said before to defend the premise, you have to ground logic. That's what you said, right?
I said your worldview.
The premise. You said
wild.
The premise. Yeah, you're insane. Do you remember? You don't even remember what you just said. You had to have the argument 7 times. You don't remember things that you said like 10 minutes ago. What's wrong with you?
Do you remember everything you said 10 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay. Quote me 3 sentences in a row, verbatim, that you said 10 minutes ago.
10 minutes ago, I said you're insane. Matt, what does coherence mean? And Matt, you don't know what...
that wasn't 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was.
You just blew it. Yeah, it was. That was like 2 minutes ago.
2 seconds ago. Did you just?
Yeah.
How short is your memory?
10 minutes ago. Don't you know? How short is yours, Mister? You don't even know. You can't even do it.
Oh, you want exactly 10 minutes. I'm sorry. You were imprecise with your language. Okay.
You can do it.
I didn't realize you were being imprecise with your language. Let me go back 10 minutes.
I'm not being imprecise.
Yeah. Please don't scream, Matt. You're showing your lack of decorum again.
I'm walking around the block. I'm 69 years old.
What does that have to do with screaming into your mic? Have some decorum or respect for yourself. So like I said, you said about 10 minutes ago, I said that you don't know what coherence means. I said it was insane that you define coherence in terms of, what was that? In terms of grounding logic. And I asked you to calm down. That's what I said 10 minutes ago.
Okay. Do you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay. So, yeah, you got that wrong. That's not what you said 10 minutes ago. I said the exact sentences. You're the one mocking. You're saying I don't remember everything I said exactly 10 minutes ago. I asked you. You couldn't do it.
That's what I said 10 minutes ago.
You're such a hypocrite.
Oh,
now,
do you have a recording that says what I said 10 minutes ago?
Coherence deals with logical consistency. So
then why did you say it's incoherent?
Because Because how long have you been here? You've been here the whole conversation I've been here?
Yeah.
Okay. What did I say to the guy about his atheistic worldview being incapable of providing necessary preconditions?
You said it's incoherent if it can't account for itself. A worldview that can't defend itself is incoherent, which is obviously insane because it's not an inconsistency.
Wait. It's insane to say that if a worldview cannot provide foundation for its own truth value, that somehow
you're not tracking again. You're not tracking. I said to define consistency that way. To define consistency that way
is
insane.
Mental problem, buddy. You got problems.
Why are you repeating my words back at me?
You're saying
a parrot?
You're saying
you want me
that,
to feed you some seeds and some nuts? You're going to be a parrot?
And then you're saying that if your worldview cannot provide the conditions for intelligibility and other things necessary in a worldview, that's just okay?
What are you fucking talking about?
Is that what you're saying?
What's the issue?
Did I say that?
What's the issue?
If you ask somebody, hey, can you justify how an engine works, and they say no, that doesn't mean an engine doesn't work, man.
Yeah, I understand that.
You don't.
A worldview is something
that's exactly what you're accusing this guy of.
A worldview
this guy doesn't appreciate that.
A worldview is a system of belief that is based upon principles. The principles that you have is what I'm asking you to justify. It's either the case that you thought them through and you justify them logically, or they're not based on logic. They're based on something other than logic, irrationality. So which is it with you guys? Which is it? What is your atheistic worldview based on? A rational conclusion or irrationality? If it's based on rational conclusion,
on logic,
provide it. Then provide the rational.
I gave you the argument 6 times already.
No, on why atheism is true. That's what I've been asking. Why is
if Christianity is false, atheism is true, right? You believe that, right?
Why is it that atheism is true? That's the premise.
If Christianity is false, then atheism is true. That's what you believe, right?
No, Christianity is not false.
No. Man, if Christianity is
okay, you had to leave.
We're back.
Who's next? Who's next?
Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly.
Matt, you're making a fool of yourself. Just listen carefully. Okay?
Your atheism is based on reasoning or not reasoning. There's no third option.
Yeah,
What's the reasoning you hold to your atheism?
Yeah, the argument I gave you.
The reasoning you hold to atheism is that Christianity what?
Is false. And you would accept that, right? Because you believe that should satisfy you because that should satisfy.
False.
I did. I gave you an argument. It's 8. How it's got to be 10 times now.
No, you didn't. Why is that Christianity false?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Now you're calling on the God you don't believe in?
What is it?
Why is Christianity false?
If Christianity is true, atheism would be incoherent. Atheism
is Christianity false?
Incoherent, therefore Christianity
there you go again. That's how about the 11th, 12th time you heard it?
Why is Christianity false? You can't do it, can you?
That's the conclusion of the argument, my guy. What are you talking about?
What? Come on, don't run.
He just gave it to you. It's the same arguments I told you. I'll say it again for the 13th time.
If you guys have to have
the 13th time. If Christianity is true, then atheism is incoherent, meaning there's a contradiction. It's not the case that atheism is incoherent. Conclusion, Christianity is false. And you should sign off on that because you think if Christianity is false, then atheism is true. Unless you believe if Christianity is false, maybe some other God is true, which you don't believe, right? So you shouldn't have any problem with that.
So here you go. You screw yourself twice. If Christianity is false, you have to demonstrate that it is. Or if atheism is not coherent or is coherent, you have to demonstrate that. You can have
if Christianity is false was not any premise. That's not you. I mean, I thought you wrote these things down.
I know it's not a direct premise or proposition. It's conditional. Now, can you establish that?
That's not any conditional in my argument.
Can you establish its truth value? No, you
conditional?
Can't. That's the insufficiency of your whole position. You can't do it. And the best you guys have is to argue about syllogistic properties.
Do you deny premise 1 now?
You can't establish.
I'd love you to deny premise 1. Do you deny premise 1?
Hold on, my phone. There we go. Okay, you can hear me? My phone wigged.
Yeah.
Can you? Okay. So do premise one. Let's look at premise one. Go ahead.
Yeah, if Christianity is true, then atheism is incoherent. And by incoherent, just to be clear, ultra clear, I mean that it contains a P and not P in the concept. Go ahead, Matt Slick.
Wait, what? If Christianity is true, then atheism is not true because it contains P and not P?
Holy moly. Do you want? I'll tell it to you again. This is going to be like the 20th time. This is embarrassing. If Christianity is true,
you're not making sense.
If Christianity is, I'm not. If Christianity is true, then atheism is incoherent, meaning by the word incoherent that it contains a P and not P in the concept of atheism. Go ahead, Matt Slick.
I don't think that that's necessary.
Oh, so you think that Christianity could be true and atheism can be coherent? Go ahead, Matt Slick.
No.
No, you don't think that.
I don't grant that this has to be P and not P at the same time in the same sense. It's not defined in this context.
Well, that's what
I'm asking you to demonstrate.
So if you were
that's what I'm asking.
If you were using a different definition of
incoherent, there's different kinds of incoherence.
No, there's not, because I'm telling you.
Yes, there is. You don't even know. There's different kinds of inference rules.
Good, yeah, of course. Bro, but there is no different kind of what I mean and what I outlined. That's only one meaning that we're dealing with.
Now demonstrate that the proposition you're offering.
So that was all just a red herring and ridiculous, right? That was all just like
yeah, your stuff is ridiculous. That's right, because you're not able to answer the challenge. Demonstrate that your atheism is valid or true. Show me its coherence.
That's already been told to you with the truth table.
You can't. Okay.
Do you recognize that? Maybe this is the problem.
How is
do you recognize
true?
that? Do you recognize the truth from the argument that I told you? But do you recognize that?
Is true?
Do you recognize that a truth table is able to tell you? Do you acknowledge its ability to show that there is an inconsistency, or incoherency in something or not? This might be the root of the problem.
Yes, it can.
Okay, so put it in. So put it into a truth table, my guy, and you'll see what I saw.
I'm just asking you to defend your position.
Yeah, and I did it with a truth table, which you acknowledge will tell you whether or not something's incoherent.
The truth table is what? That Christianity is not true? Therefore atheism is true?
Holy moly! No. The truth table is, you put into the truth table that atheism is coherent. You didn't put it in a truth table, and if it's going to show you, as you acknowledged, whether or not there is a P or not P in the concept, which you acknowledged.
So, is atheism coherent?
Yeah.
Then show me how it's coherent.
With the truth table!
Okay, show me how atheism is coherent. Atheism must be able to, as a worldview, account for universality of the laws of logic, how we know things. We have to know how, if there's morals or any absolute morals, or how we even came into existence. These are the three epistemic necessities of any competent worldview.
Coherency?
You don't need any of that. You don't need any of that.
You're the one. Yeah, because your worldview can't do it.
Well, it can, because all those things would be all those things.
Go ahead.
I'll do it. Yeah, shut up for a second.
Go ahead.
All those things would necessarily be the case if Christianity is false under your view, correct? So we wouldn't have to know how or anything. We would just know that there is no God, and all these things are necessary condition of atheism.
So what you're saying then is, if Christianity is false, then anything about atheism is automatically true, and any necessity to have it explain any truth values is not necessary at that point. So then what you're doing is you're proposing an idea that negates the truth value of Christianity, which then necessitates the truth value of atheism, but you don't defend it other than holding it on a piece of paper. So then if atheism is
you mean
true,
the piece of paper that you acknowledge can You mean the piece of paper which you acknowledge can determine whether or not something's coherent or incoherent? Yes, that's
then you should be able to, from your worldview, you should be able to provide the conditions. If you grant that atheism is true because Christianity is false, then you need to provide the answers on why it's able to provide the conditions for intelligibility. Oh, then you can't do it. Okay. You admit defeat. Thanks.
You haven't defeated the concept.
Look, you admit you can't defend your position.
No, I don't.
Can your atheism provide the universality of the laws of logic, the condition necessary for it?
Yes.
Go ahead, do it.
Because Christianity is false. Are you going to deny that?
That's not an argument. That's not an argument. Give me.
Yes, it is.
Why,
if Christianity does not provide for the grounding or the necessary conditions of all those things, you can put in there whatever you want. Then, according to you, right? I'll give you an argument that'll satisfy you. Then, according to you, all those things would come from atheism. Correct?
No, if Christianity is not true, logically speaking, there's always the possibility of pantheism, panentheism, and varying other theistic and deistic
No, because that'd be a god.
You can get into various things. So then, no, not necessarily. You can get into New Age philosophies, which I know you don't know about, and the impersonality of what's called the divine energy and cosmic forces and attunement.
Is it a god?
But you don't know about that.
Is it a god?
You don't know about it.
Is it
not a god in a person.
Okay, then it doesn't matter.
It's not a god in a personal sense.
Is it a god in so it's a god in another way?
Yeah, you can define whatever you want, can't you? Which is what you're
and then
doing
we would just assess that concept, can't we?
So then why don't you assess your own? Because you can't, because it's a failure. Show me why.
What's wrong with the argument, my guy?
The fact that you can't defend it.
What are you talking about? I literally gave you an argument, premise, conclusion. Therefore, we went through and then we went through the premises, and then we went for the truth table, and you, by the way, acknowledged that a truth table is. I told you. You are. By the way, you already
does not necessitate that all the presuppositions in there or the statements in there are equally valid. It's only possibilities. So if you're going to offer one and negates another, then that means your atheism is left standing. Then once it's left standing, now use it to demonstrate its authenticity. If you can't, you admit that it's not able to do it, and therefore it collapses on itself. Next.
Yours can't do it.
Come on, let's see the atheism. Come on, guys.
Yeah. So why don't you show us your truth table that says that
Wanny.
Go ahead.
Come on now.
This has been one of the worst performances he's ever done.
Can I just get clear? What is the contradiction that atheists are committed to? Because that's what he's saying, right? When he says atheism is incoherent.
Yeah.
Now, what they always want to do is say, "What's the contradiction?" And I say to them, "It's not the only rule of inference. You can use a polysyllogism, you can use deductive arguments, you can use inference arguments, you can use inductive arguments. You can all kinds. They only want to go with one.
Sorry.
And that's it. And then when I show them inconsistencies within their position, that their own position cannot ground the universality of the laws of logic, universal morals, our own existence, which he has no way of doing that from his worldview. Then he's admitting his worldview is insufficient.
By incoherent, do you mean that it entails a contradiction, or do you mean something else?
It can mean that. You are aware that incoherence doesn't always necessitate the invalidity or validity of sorry, I'm getting something.
No, that was explicitly told. That's what I meant. So that was the working term. So yeah.
So Tom's argument is that.
So what I want you to do is demonstrate to me why atheism provides the necessary precondition for intelligibility.
Just a minute. Tom's argument is.
Sorry, you guys are panties. You can't do it.
I don't know why you get upset when people overtalk you, right, Matt? So let's just be consistent here about that.
Okay, then you're going to call them on the carpet when they interrupt.
Now you're doing it again.
Are you going to call them on the carpet when they interrupt? Let's be consistent.
Tom doesn't allow people to interrupt.
Or you're going to be a hypocrite. Are you going to be a hypocrite, or are you going to
Tom doesn't allow people to interrupt.
Well, I'm not a mod, but we can have a mod enforce that. That's not a problem.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so
you're a hypocrite. Okay.
So now you're doing it.
Good. Got it.
Now you're doing it again.
I asked you a question in light of the context of hypocrisy. You only want to call me out on it. Or are you going to call them out on it? I want to know if you're going to be consistent.
Okay, so
I'm asking. You can't even answer that. So that means I don't have to owe you any consistency, do I?
No, we got a mod. Who's the mod on duty? Speak up quickly, please.
Yeah, I'll mute
I want to
either
move past this
party.
meta stuff. This is all.
Yeah, Matt, I'll mute
Okay,
you and
so
I'll mute him, right?
okay, there we go. Okay, go. There we go.
All right. Now we can start again. So Tom's argument is that if Christianity is true, atheism would be incoherent. And to say that atheism is incoherent would mean that atheism entails a contradiction, right? And so then the second premise of his argument is that atheism is not incoherent, where incoherent means entails a contradiction. So you can retranslate that premise as atheism does not entail a contradiction. Therefore, Christianity is false. Now, his challenge to you is to say, is it the case that there is a contradiction entailed by atheism? So we're simply trying to understand, are you not committed to saying that atheism entails a contradiction? That's the question on the table.
Stupid phone. Are you there? My phone went dead.
Oh, sorry. All right. Should I repeat what I said? So,
The last my phone went out. So anyway, go ahead.
I'll just repeat it. I'll just repeat everything that I said. So Tom's argument, the first premise of it is, if Christianity is true, atheism is incoherent. Right? Now, incoherent there means entails a contradiction. Second premise of his argument is atheism is not incoherent, which is to say, atheism does not entail a contradiction. Therefore, Christianity is false. Now, the challenge to you is to find out whether you think that atheism entails a contradiction.
Why is that the correct view?
It's not an answer to the question.
I'm allowed to ask questions to validate the validity of your question.
We're just asking you whether you reject a premise of the argument. If so, which one and why?
I asked the question, and why are you ignoring the question?
Because it's not a response to my question to you. Do you think atheism entails a contradiction or not?
The statement, God is not there or doesn't exist, is not itself a contradiction within itself. It's just a statement, right? Is that correct?
It's a statement,
all right.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a statement. Is the statement true or not true?
Well, Tom is affirming that it is true.
Well, then have him demonstrate it's true.
Yeah, but the point is, right, there's a simple way to defeat the argument by showing that atheism entails a contradiction. Is it not your view that atheism entails a contradiction? Am I right that that's what you're saying?
Yeah.
That it doesn't entail a contradiction? Okay, so then hold on. You don't like to be interrupted, so let's just do the same thing. So by your lights, right, you accept the second premise. Because as so defined, where incoherent means entails a contradiction, you agree explicitly that atheism does not entail a contradiction. So you don't reject the second premise. You accept it. Now, do you have a Hey, sorry. Okay, Tom, I don't know what to do here. When he says, he said, it's not the case that it's his view that atheism entails a contradiction. Is that right?
I heard him say something like that, but let's just so
let's just get clear. Do you
let's just get the chair, give him the charity to
here's a yes or no. Here's a yes or no question. Does atheism entail a contradiction? Yes or no?
Yes, it does.
Great. So now Tom is going to ask you to demonstrate that from atheism there's a contradiction. So go ahead, do it.
Okay. Yeah, I will, but let me respond to something first. What I said earlier was atheism, the statement atheism is the position that there is no God is not itself a contradictory statement. That's what I said. You didn't represent me accurately. So when I said it's not what I said, you were close, but you didn't get it right. Okay? The contradiction exists in atheism because it assumes a materialistic universe of cause and effect that are restricted to the laws of chemistry, motion, and matter. But yet, we have the universality of the laws of logic, which are abstract entities. The material universe is not capable of demonstrating or laying the foundation for the universal laws of logic. Therefore, it contains a contradiction because it says they exist, but can't provide the condition for it, because the condition that it has in itself is contradictory to the abstract entities called the laws of logic. Okay.
Yeah, but none of that is derivable from atheism. That's just a bunch of claims.
Okay. Let me talk to you for a second.
Mm-hmm.
You're an atheist, right?
Yep.
I'm going to show you why you got a problem.
Okay.
So no God exists from your worldview, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then everything must operate under the laws of physics, et cetera, in the universe, right?
Didn't say that. No, doesn't follow from atheism.
Okay. Are you saying then that the laws of physics are not what govern the universe?
No.
What governs the universe then?
It doesn't matter.
World?
Nothing.
Okay.
Atheism.
Look,
Atheism. Sorry. Atheism does not entail a position on laws of physics. It only entails one thing, which is that God does not exist, right?
Okay. So then I asked you about your position. Don't you remember me asking you specifically? Didn't you get that? I said your position.
Well, now, my position is not relevant.
Hold on, don't interrupt. You said atheism. I didn't talk about atheism generically. I said your position. I'm going to tackle you.
We're not talking about my position, right? The argument on the table says,
about Bob's or Frank's or somebody else's?
Okay.
What atheism are you going to now go with? Define what atheism is now.
Just let me know when you're done. Let me know when you're done.
Define what atheism is.
So let me know when you're done. Atheism is the thesis. Atheism is the thesis that no God exists, right? And so right now, what you are being asked to do is demonstrate a contradiction from atheism. Now, you said a bunch of stuff about laws of logic, about laws of physics, and so on, none of which is entailed by atheism, which is merely the proposition that God does not exist. Saying that God does not exist doesn't commit you to any position on logic or physics, right? It only commits you to denying that God exists. So you flunked, right? Now, what you're being asked to do is either withdraw your objection, which is to say that atheism entails a contradiction, which you cannot establish, right? Or establish it with a valid argument, rather than a bunch of claims that don't follow from the thesis of atheism.
I asked you, I said, I'm going to tackle you. And I said, okay. And you said, okay. Are you withdrawing that?
Yeah, this is not about an interrogation of me. This is about you. This is about you. Sorry, no interruptions. This is about you.
Mr. Hypocrite Boy,
this
can you
is
please
about,
calm down?
This is about, hey, enough with the meta. Okay,
come on, you're coming
moderator.
Yeah, you're over talking Matt. Yeah, I'm going to stop you first, right? You don't want to be interrupted. You
Why are you not being fair?
Him. Yeah, I am going to be fair. If Jack interrupts
just let him go. Let him go.
Yeah.
Maybe I did interrupt him. Who knows?
Go
ahead. Matt. Okay, whatever. I'm granting you that. Go ahead.
Okay, good. You granted it. Now go.
Great. Okay, so again, the position on the table is that atheism does not entail a contradiction. That's the second premise of the argument. You are on record as saying it does entail a contradiction. You were asked to give an argument. The argument you gave was invalid. Then you tried some nonsense about trying to address my worldview, which is irrelevant to the second premise, right? Second premise is merely the thesis that God does not exist, right? So do you retract your claim that atheism entails a contradiction? And if not, just give a valid argument that shows that it does.
We haven't gotten past the accuracy of your definition to begin with. Here's the problem that you're doing. I asked you for a definition and you gave me a 3-minute dissertation. I didn't ask for that. I said, what's the definition of atheism? And you said, it is the view that no God exists. Now I'm going to ask you to validate that that's the correct position to go from.
We're not doing that. I'm just telling you.
Yes, we are doing that.
Sorry. No interruptions. Sorry. So, the thesis on the second premise, right, is that atheism is not incoherent, which means it does not entail a contradiction, right? Now, you just said atheism entails a contradiction, right? Now, I've given you the definition of atheism at play, right? If you've got some other definition, we don't care, right? What we mean by atheism in the argument is the thesis that no God exists, right? Now, do you think that that statement, that no God exists, entails a contradiction, yes or no?
So I'm going to go back to what I was saying. You gave me a definition that atheism is the view that there is no God. There are other views that atheists hold that don't agree with that one. Why is your definition the right one we need to go with?
That's the one that's at play in the argument, right?
Why is it the right one?
It's not relevant to the discussion. So
it's not right or wrong.
Sorry, don't know why you're interrupting me. You don't like it when people interrupt you, right? So let's start again without any interruptions.
Are you okay?
Okay, let's moderator.
Yeah, let's pack this fucking meta bullshit in, Matt. There's no need for that. You said you didn't like that. You didn't like that, right? So don't do that.
Yeah. So stop fucking interrupting me, asshole. You don't like it. You fucking leave on a dime, right? So we're not going to be doing that. Okay. So just shut your mouth. Hey! Shut your mouth until I'm finished. Now.
Wow.
Now. Now you're still talking. You're still talking while I'm talking. You don't allow people
Matt,
to
to
do
be
that.
fair, you are asking for fairness. You are constantly interrupting him.
He's not fair.
I think
you're laughing.
I think you call that hypocrisy.
I think it's funny. I'm sorry. I think it's funny.
Hypocrites. Yeah, but you are being a hypocrite, correct?
Yeah, well, mute your mic while you're laughing, asshole. Okay. So right now, what we're talking about is the thesis that atheism does not entail a contradiction, right? Now, atheism here is being understood as the thesis that no God exists. Incoherent is being understood as entails a contradiction, right? So atheism is not incoherent. That's the proposition. Now, is it your claim that atheism does entail a contradiction, where atheism is so defined?
The statement.
And that's the yes or no question.
Now you can tell me how to answer. The statement, atheism is the view that there is no God, is not itself a contradiction inside the statement. Right?
So it's not the case that the view that the view that no God exists entails a contradiction. So you don't have any problem with the second premise of the argument.
No, I just said the definition is not itself a contradiction. Nobody said it was.
Sorry. I'm asking you whether the thesis that no God exists entails a contradiction. That's a yes or no question. So what's the answer?
How many times you got to answer the same thing? I just said the statement, the idea atheism is the view that there's no God or no God exists, is not itself a contradiction. It's just a statement.
I didn't say that it is a contradiction.
Don't interrupt. Hey, moderator. Fair is fair,
don't
right?
Jack. Yeah, that's fine. Fair's fair. But I am going to tell you, Matt, that you keep laughing while he's talking, which is an interruption.
Is laughing an interruption?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I just think it's funny.
It definitely can be.
Okay, I'll try not to laugh.
Of course, it's an interruption.
Okay, so here we go. I already said several times the statement "there is no God," atheism is the view that there is no God, is not itself a contradiction. I never said it was a contradiction. The contradiction arises not in the definition, but what the atheist must do to defend it. That's the issue.
Yeah. So look, nobody said that atheism is a contradiction, right? The issue is that it doesn't entail a contradiction.
You mean the statement or the concept?
The proposition that the proposition that no God exists doesn't entail a contradiction. So now we're still trying to get clear, right? Is your view that the proposition that no God exists entails a contradiction? Yes or no?
How many times have I got to answer the same question, Jack? I've already answered it several times. You are so emotionally distraught that you can't remember. I already said the statement itself is not a contradiction. How many times have I got to say this to you?
Yeah. So, you know what
it's not, don't interrupt. It's not contradictory to say atheism is false. Is that a contradictory statement? Is it?
Yeah. So it's like you weren't listening, right? I said.
It's like you're not listening.
Hey.
It's his turn now, man.
Yeah. So I said the issue is not whether it is a contradiction, right? Because it might not itself be a contradiction, but it might entail one, right? So I'm asking you whether it is your claim that the thesis that God does not exist entails a contradiction, yes or no?
You know, I'm really surprised, Jack. We've had great conversations before, but you're really letting me down here. My expectation of you and your ability to think rationally is really just plummeting
Moderator,
here. You see, I've already answered the question several times. I've asked you, why, moderator, tell him I've already answered the question.
Why would I tell him that? He's asking.
No, you didn't. You didn't answer the question. You said it itself is not a contradiction, and I didn't ask you whether it was a contradiction or not. I asked you whether it entails one, and we don't know the answer to that.
The statement, I'll say it again, the statement, atheism is the position that there is no God. Itself, that statement is not a contradiction.
I mean, I'm not really sure what to do at this point since he doesn't seem to understand.
That's a different statement. He's saying that saying that that's the definition is not a contradiction. We're asking whether the content or the view in question is a contradiction or entails a contradiction.
Well, that's okay. Unless I'm just missing the point, which is certainly possible. He has gave me the statement of a definition of what it was. I asked him what it was. Atheism is the position that there is no God. Okay, that's not a contradictory statement. It's just a statement.
To be clear, he's not asking you whether it's contradictory to say that that's what atheism means, right? He's asking whether it's a contradiction or a contradiction follows from atheism, right? Not from that being the definition of atheism.
Then we have to go and ask the necessary questions that follow. If this position of atheism is true, where there's no God, then we have to ask questions. Given that there are different atheists with different positions, I can't argue every position with a single statement every time. I have to say, what's your view? Which is what I was trying to do with the other guy. I've been way ahead of you guys. Way ahead.
That's not answering his question. His question is whether atheism entails a contradiction.
Detroyer, you're gonna have to let him finish.
Don't interrupt Detroyer.
Was a moderator now interrupting? Yeah. Was that the moderator?
No, I interrupted you to tell Detroyer to let you finish.
So you did interrupt. Okay.
What?
Okay, I'm just asking. All right, so here, let's go over it again. The statement, atheism is a position there is no God, itself is not a contradiction. The contradiction arises when you apply the truth value of that to reality. Because in reality, we have certain things we need to account for. Rationality, existence, life, morality, etc. Then if we apply atheism to it, can it provide the necessary precondition or can it not? If it cannot, then it refutes itself because it's not able to. We can get into all of this. So, this is why I had to say to a particular. I have to go. Sorry, by a particular atheist and say, "What's your particular view?" There are atheists who are materialists and some who are not materialists. Some who are supernaturalists. Some are not. Some who hold to property dualism and some who hold to.
You cut out there.
Is he gone?
You cut out there, Matt.
Oh no, he's still there.
He's had some problems with
this is a long ramble to not answer a straightforward yes or no question.
He's been not rambling for about an hour now, or not answering for about an hour now. Well, no, he actually he answered Jack. He said,
I have to wait till he finishes so I don't interrupt him to ask the same question again and try to get a yes or no because then it goes on another ramble that we have to wait for him to get through.
Yeah, that's the price of admission right now.
Just tell him 30 seconds or less. Answer the question. That's all you got to do.
What the fuck is JJ?
Jack, you remember when I talked to you about you remember when I talked about you? Sorry.
Sorry, my phone went. I don't even know how long it was out. I'm gonna have to switch to my computer.
About 30 seconds.
No problem.
Oh,
yeah.
Let me switch to my computer.
Do you want to switch first? Okay.
Yeah, hold on. Let me switch it. First, I got to find out which server this is. Which server are we on?
Politics and religion.
In God or in the Gong channel.
God or no God? That one?
Yeah, that one.
That one? Okay. Hold on.
To anybody that's not participating in this conversation right now, Matt is currently speaking to either Tom or Jack.
Not me right now. Jack Detroyer, maybe.
To Jack, I think. And
am I back?
And Detroyer.
You're back.
Keep yourselves muted, classy, sassy, please. Everybody that's not supposed to be part of this conversation, please mute yourselves. We appreciate your help on this.
All right.
Thank you.
So just to reorient, the question was, do you believe that a contradiction is entailed by atheism? I'm looking for a yes or a no.
Yes.
Okay, you do believe that atheism entails a contradiction?
Yes.
Do you think you could derive it or explain what it is?
Yes.
Okay, would you? Or
please
is that not something you want to do right now?
No, it entails a contradiction in that every time an atheist makes a rational argument, he's using immaterial universals, and he's presupposing the unchanging laws of logic that his own worldview cannot account for. Therefore, his worldview undermines the very position he's arguing from. That's a contradiction.
So I'm trying to write this down. Can you actually? I'm looking for like strict entailments here. Like, so what's the first step? Atheism entails what?
Okay, atheists make rational arguments, right?
That's not a consequence of atheism. I'm looking for things that are a consequence of atheism.
It certainly is not. That's right. They make a lot of irrational statements.
Okay. I'm looking for a consequence of atheism to drive a contradiction.
Okay, so atheism is a position, no God, right? Of any kind, any place. Is that what definition we're going to go with?
Right.
Okay. If there's no God, we'll do it this direction. If there's no God, then what governs the universe? What laws govern the universe?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Then that's ill-formed as a derivation of a contradiction.
It's inquiring.
My God, you're so tall. You look like a giraffe. That's why you dead built like a big bean.
Please. Sorry
so
about that.
I'm asking the question so I know, because you're a particular atheist. Another atheist may not agree with you in certain particulars. So I'm asking you. I have to do this. It's not necessary. So if you're going to say there is no God, then we live in the universe. Okay, we live in a physical world. No problem. Okay, what governs the physical world as far as laws go?
Is my answering this question going to help you derive a contradiction from atheism?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm a Humean about laws of nature. If that's what you're asking.
What? I'm sorry, what? I didn't understand. Inhumane?
I'm a Humean about laws of nature, broadly speaking.
Okay, I really do apologize here in all sincerity. This one word I'm having trouble with. My hearing's not very good. I'm old. I'm sorry.
You said Humean, as in from
Humean.
Hume.
Okay,
Hume.
okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Look, I'm 69. I have really loud tinnitus.
Yeah, you said you had a.
No, we know we have 75 decibel tinnitus. We know,
it's 80 decibels. No, I'm sorry, it's 80. So I'm just saying that I didn't understand. I apologize. Very serious. I was trying. So okay, so you hold a Hume. I'm not familiar enough with Humean view of the laws that govern the universe.
Look, I can explain the view. I actually also point you to interviews I've done with people about humane versus anti-humane views, but I'm just not sure it can be relevant to you deriving a contradiction from atheism. So, like, if we want to have another conversation about laws of nature, I'm happy to do that. It feels like very much a tangent to the actual conversation.
Well, didn't Hume just argue that they're just observations of regularities and stuff like that, right?
That's partly right, yeah.
Well, the regularities have to be based on something, because regularities are characteristics. Characteristics or properties emanate from the ontos, the nature. So then we have to have some ontological necessity in the physical universe. Well, then that necessity is either personal or impersonal. Well, you're going to say it's impersonal, which then necessitates that these laws are invariant and part of or conditioned in with the physical realm. And so the observations that are really regularities.
That was a misstep answering that question, Detroyer.
It's a regularity.
I have little idea what any of that meant, but again, I don't think this is relevant to, like, we can try to unpack that nonsense and have a conversation about laws of nature. Okay. I don't see how this is relevant to the question that I asked you, which is to derive a contradiction from atheism being true.
Okay, because if the universe operates under the laws of physics, motion, matter, and there's nothing external to that, nothing of that, then your physical brain is necessarily operating under those same laws. This is one of the views within atheism, so I can certainly attack it that way. The materialist, naturalist atheists assume that the universe is restricted to and operates under the laws of physics. I'll just say biochemistry in the physical brain. That means the input through the senses to the brain necessitates a chemical reaction governed not by laws of logic, but by laws of chemistry. Therefore, you cannot trust that the chemical states that necessarily do another chemical state are producing logical inference, proper logical inference. If the system that you have that necessitates that you cannot trust its own system, it undermines itself and contradicts itself. In other words, one chemical state in the brain that necessarily leads to another chemical state in the brain because of the laws of physics doesn't necessarily produce proper logical inference. Therefore, you cannot know the statement atheism is true to be true or false. It's just chemicals. Therefore, it undermines its own truth value, and that's a contradiction because it contradicts itself by undermining itself. Okay?
Yeah, there's several significant non sequiturs in there, but the biggest one is that most of those things you said are not consequences of atheism. The fact that some atheists believe those things.
Sorry.
Atheism is so defined. The thesis that there's no gods.
This is why, look, let me explain this again. This is why, I'll say it the umpteenth time. When I talk about atheism, that's one thing. When I talk to an unatheist, I then need to say, what's your view of atheism? Because I've talked to atheists who say, well, so-and-so says that, so-and-so that. So I have to know all their views and refute all of their views, and they don't even give me theirs. I've learned over the years to just say, what's your particular view of atheism so I can tackle that view. So if you say atheism, are you representing atheism? Or are you representing your particular view of atheism? If it's your view, I need to know what it is so I can address it.
The Detroyer
is more complicated than this is.
Detroyer, this is
that the thesis entails a contradiction, right? The thesis that there are no gods, that entails a contradiction. All I'm asking you to do is derive that contradiction. It's just a point.
Just ask for P and not P. Like, it just has to be like, A is true, A is not true under atheism. That's as simple as that. Whatever the thing is that you think is the contradiction, just give it to us in the form of P and not P.
Okay, guys, you're not listening, are you? That's obvious. Atheism as a general
I guess you don't understand the question that I'm asking you.
Maybe.
Do you understand what I'm looking for?
Okay, how about P? Only physical material things exist. Is that a possibility, P?
That's a statement. What's the significance of that statement?
Is it valid within atheism?
Is it valid within atheism? I don't know what that means. It's compatible with atheism.
Okay, so it's compatible with atheism. So only physical material things exist. Okay. Okay, so if that's the case, then the laws of logic. If that's
you even acknowledge that materialism isn't entailed by atheism.
No. Hang on. Let him finish. I was gonna say that, but I was gonna let him finish and then explain why this is not a consequence of atheism. But sorry, go ahead.
See, this is the problem, because you guys, you're in this morass of the gray area of what atheism is generically. This is when I was talking to Jack. He gave me a definition. That's why I asked, why is that the right definition? You guys can't justify that. You just give me a generic. Hold on.
This is just what we mean by atheism, right? If you're asking us
that's the right definition within this context, because that's what the intended meaning of the speaker is.
But there's weak atheism, which is you don't know if God does or does not exist.
If you say we're not doing the atheism stuff.
Look, I'm just telling you what it is. I don't know if you guys even know what atheism is.
We know what we mean by in this context. So
see, look,
you agreed. You agreed that atheism so defined entails a contradiction. Why do we have to step back and talk about which definition of atheism?
No, I didn't say that. Holly, you guys don't listen.
You literally did. You did verbatim.
Look. The statement "atheism is the belief or the position there is no God" is itself a contradiction. I said when you apply it into the real world, it entails contradictions. Now, if we have three atheists who say, "Oh, what about this?" I'm going to say, "Wait a minute. I can't talk to all three of you because you may not have identical views inside of your atheism. I can't argue simultaneously three separate views. I care because I've done this 1,000 times.
Relevant.
It's not relevant, Matt, because the point is what we're asking.
We're done. It's relevant. I'm telling you why it's relevant. You're denying why it's relevant. You got okay. Then I'll tell you what.
You agree.
You're going to let. He's going to run if you don't stop.
Yeah, I know.
Look, I'm getting frustrated with you guys because you're not listening. I keep telling you the same thing. Atheism is this generic umbrella. Oh, no God. Okay, no God. Okay, great. Now, within that particular view, do you hold this particular atheist hold a materialism or not materialism? That's one of the questions. Do you hold to supernatural or not supernatural? Because different atheists have different definitions of atheism, what it entails.
That's not different definitions of atheism. That's different beliefs that atheists can have. The question is whether you agreed that atheism so defined entails a contradiction. That is to say, if there are no gods, then contradictions follow. Right? Now, I was asking you to derive that contradiction, and you've not done that. You've said things that either don't follow from atheism, something about materialism or brain fizz, or started to retreat back into what atheism even means. And that's just not relevant. We already have it on the table, the statement in question that you agreed entails a contradiction.
I don't think we're on the same wavelength here.
Matt, first of all, can I just apologize for calling you an asshole?
Sure. I appreciate that.
Yeah, because I mean we have been on good terms, so I shouldn't have accused you of behaving that way. So look, the point is, well, let's just go back. Let's just rewind, right? Is it your view? Because there seems to be some vagueness now about what exactly you committed to saying, right? So we're talking about the view, right, that God does not exist. And it seemed like what you affirmed was that from that view, there must be a contradiction tale, right? And so it doesn't really matter whether you can show a contradiction in some given atheist view, right? Because your claim is much stronger than that. It's the claim that for any atheist view, there will be a contradiction, right? And we're trying to understand, right, what would justify such a claim, which is to say, can you give an argument that establishes that claim that for any atheist view, it will be self-contradictory?
All right, let's try this. If there is no God, only physical contingent things exist. But the laws of logic are not physical. Therefore, if there is no God, non-physical, non-contingent things both exist and do not exist. Contradiction.
No, because atheists aren't committed.
Mars. No, there's definitely not room for you.
They're not going to let you, Mars.
Wait. Look, guys, look.
He's already ruining.
Look.
Just mute Mars.
Dog pile. Exactly, dog pile. And it's the atheist tag team now. Hold on. It's the atheist tag team.
It's not tag team. I'm telling him to mute that guy. What are you talking about?
Right.
Yeah, he's trying to get that guy not to interfere.
We're trying to stop him from interrupting you.
Okay. Thank you. I apologize. Okay, this has
It's okay. That's all right. That's all right. So look. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
If there is no God, only physical contingent things exist. True or false?
It doesn't follow from atheism that only physical things exist. No. Atheism is just the view that no God exists. So that's consistent with anti-physicalist views.
Well, I'm going to go through with this. You'll see why later. If there is no God, only physical contingent things exist. That's what I said, contingent.
Yeah, but atheism doesn't entail a specific view on the modality of existing things. It doesn't even entail that anything exists, right?
Okay,
and it doesn't entail. Well, but look, what we're understanding your claim to be, Matt, is that the view, right, or the proposition, right, that God does not exist, right, that from that proposition alone, one can derive a contradiction. Maybe that's not what you're saying. There seems to be some lack of clarity about that because you and Detroyer disagreed about what it was you had affirmed. So maybe we can just get clear on that. Is that the claim that you're making, that from the proposition, no God exists, you can derive a contradiction from that alone, not from any more specific version of atheism, right? Because there are probably an infinite number of atheistic views you could have, right? But just from atheism simpliciter,
we have to define what atheism first is. If you say it's the position there is no God or gods or anything like that, then we work from that. Now, the statement there is no God itself, or atheism is the position that there is no God itself, is not a self-contradictory statement. It's just a proposition. Okay? Is there any problem with that yet?
Well, we've been over that. We weren't asking you whether it itself is a contradiction. We were asking whether it entails one. Do you understand the distinction I'm trying to draw there?
I'm assuming you mean when we apply it, when we start looking at it, examining it.
Well, I mean something like, so a contradiction would be something like, A is true and A is also false, right? And so presumably saying that no God exists is not a statement like that, right? But it could be whatever it is that A is, right? That if it were true, right, it would commit you to some other set of statements which contradict each other. That's like how a reductio ad absurdum works, right? Classically, anyway. That, you start from a set of statements, or even maybe one statement, and you show something that follows, something that can be logically derived from that statement, right? And through a series of steps, you can show that two propositions, that commits you to two different propositions which contradict each other. That's the P or not P that Tom was looking for. That's what's meant by entailment.
Okay. The contradiction
Go ahead, sorry.
The contradiction does not live in the definition. Okay. All right. Were we there so far? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So then it's not the definition we're arguing that if the definition has a contradiction or not contradiction, but the entailment of the application of atheism to explain things.
Well, I think there's still a confusion here, right? We're not talking about definitions here. We've given a definition of what atheism is. It's the thesis that no God exists, right? But we're actually talking about a proposition, not a definition. The proposition is no God exists, right? Or atheism is true would be another way of stating that same proposition. Atheism is true, no God exists, right? So we're trying to understand that if you start from the claim that no God exists, right? If you start from that proposition, what's expressed in that claim, is it the case that commits you, the person who affirms that claim, is it the case that commits you to some pair of propositions which contradict one another?
Okay, how about this? Step one, I've accepted the definition on its own terms. Not that it's true, but just the definition is what it is. Okay? Right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. 2, examine what the definition entails in its application. Is that okay?
Well, I'm not sure what it means to say its application in this context.
Well, we apply it to areas of thought like morality, existence, laws of logic, etc., to see if it can make sense of things.
Yeah, but I think that you would then be addressing a different issue, which is atheism successfully explanatory, right? And we're not committed to any claim of that kind if we affirm atheism. We're merely asserting one proposition, which is that God does not exist, right? And that leaves open the question whether atheism itself is a useful or helpful or explanation for any other phenomenon, can serve as an explanation for any other phenomenon, right? Or any other proposition or statement. Any other any state of affairs, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Is it valid to take the definition you've offered and examine how it works in the real world?
Well, I don't know what the relevance of that would be to your claim, which is we think, maybe I'm still not clear on this, we think that given that atheism is true, there must be some contradiction entailed by that.
Okay. Okay, I think I know what's going on here. So let's try this. The statement, atheism is the view that there is no God, itself is not a contradiction. The contradiction doesn't live in that definition.
Concerned with that statement.
Okay,
that's a statement of what the term means, right? He's not asking whether the definition entails a contradiction.
Now? Is this tag team now?
No,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to correct
No,
I
think Detroyer might be helpful here, Matt. He's not trying to attack. He's not trying to dogpile. In fact, I'd be happy to turn over the discussion to him from this point forward if you feel like you're going to be treated unfairly by having two interlocutors. So why don't you just let Detroyer continue?
If it's up to you guys, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Detroyer.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Sorry, all I was saying is that you again repeated the statement that what the atheism means, right? The definition. Nobody's saying that the definition is contradictory. Like the statement that that's what it means. That's not. The question is whether atheism itself is a contradiction or entails a contradiction, right?
That's okay. Let me interject really quickly before I lose the thought. If I say to you the statement, atheism is the view that there is no God, has no contradiction inside of it, then to ask how it has a contradiction inside of it contradicts what I just said.
No, we're confusing different statements here. One is there's the claim that atheism is the view that, right, there are no gods. And we might have that's not contradictory. You agree that that statement is not contradictory, or that statement does not entail a contradiction. It doesn't entail a contradiction to say that that's what atheism means, right? The question is whether atheism being true entails a contradiction. In other words, if there are no gods, right, then does a contradiction follow? That's what's being asked. Do you understand the difference between those two things?
Yes.
Okay.
So then, if we're going to talk with you, for example, then I would say, what's your particular sub-view of atheism? So that I can then try to cater an argument to attempt to invalidate your particular position. It may not be the same one another atheist holds.
That's not, look, we can have a conversation about my particular view, but that's not relevant to answering the question that I'm asking. Right?
Wait, can I just address
from atheism?
Wait, can I just address Detroyer? No, I just want to address Detroyer for a second to maybe help him, not address you. Detroyer, you're familiar with the boxer analogy that Alex Malpass makes?
I don't think so.
It's just this idea that if you knock down a boxer, that doesn't show.
We're not.
Yeah.
That's
Maybe you want to sort of explain that analogy. It might be.
No,
helpful.
I mean it's not. I'm not sure that's helpful.
Okay.
I understand it. I understand it.
Because all I'm asking is some sort of derivation of inconsistency, of contradiction. From atheism, not from whatever view I might happen to hold. That's atheism plus other things, right? I'm asking it from atheism, can you derive a contradiction? And look, I mean, if you want to have a different conversation, like what my view is and whether you can critique that, that's a conversation that can be had. But that's not the conversation I'm looking to have. So do you understand what I'm looking for?
No, I don't think so. I don't see. Because the contradiction doesn't live in the definition. We've already agreed that the contradiction in the definition doesn't exist unless you define a circle as being a thing that's not round. Well, that would be a self-contradictory definition. But there's nothing self-contradictory in the statement, atheism is a position that there is no God. That's not a self-contradictory statement, right?
Is there something, again, I'm not concerned with whether that being the definition is a contradiction, right? So, for example, is it contradictory to say that a square circle is by definition a shape that has 4, equal sides and also no sides? No, that's not a contradiction to say that that's what the term means, right? It would be a contradiction to suppose that there is something like that, right? There can't be a square circle. Likewise, I'm asking. It's granted that saying that atheism means that there are no gods is not a contradiction. That is to say, the assertion about the meaning is not contradictory. It is a further question whether, if there were no gods, that is, if atheism were true, would a contradiction follow from that? In just the same way that it's not a contradiction to suppose that what it means to be a square circle is to have those features, but it is a contradiction to suppose that there is a square circle. I'm asking you, is it a contradiction to suppose that there are no gods? That is to suppose that atheism is true.
Wow. I'm okay. Honestly, I'm really at an impasse here. I don't understand the problem. We're saying the same thing, and I'm hearing you saying what you agree with me, and then you say it's a problem, and I'm really confused because the definition, I grant that inherently in the definition is not inherently in and of itself contradictory. Though I could maybe make a case a different way, but no, for now, no. So
to be clear, would you agree then that the statement "there are no gods" does not entail a contradiction?
For the sake of the argument now, I will, but I think ultimately it doesn't. Okay. But that's another discussion for another time, because I think necessity of the statement of laws of logic are presupposed, which ultimately, blah blah blah, we can get all these things down the road. I want to get into that. So,
well, okay, so it sounds like you're not committing to it that atheism entails a contradiction, but like maybe it does, but you're not committing to it entailing contradiction at this point.
I just don't want to go down a long path, all these fractured things.
Bro, you got backed into a corner, and that's how you're trying to escape it, man.
Look, dogpile again. Come on, moderator. Are you gonna be fair?
The new people come into the room.
Sorry, yeah.
When they come to the room, we have to mute them. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Matt. Sometimes those people just pop up. They just enter the room. Yeah, sorry about that.
No, and it's not being defeat or anything like that. It's just I'm just saying I can connect the dots in my head. I don't want to spend a half hour going through it. I'm actually interested in this idea. That's what I'm talking about. And see, here's the thing. There's problems. Okay, let me say it this way. Atheism, the idea that there is no God, a worldview that does not include God. That's what atheism is, a worldview that excludes God. Right? Or did you say atheism is not a worldview?
Atheism is the proposition, the thesis that there are no gods. Yeah.
Is that a worldview?
Of course.
Then, I'm sorry?
In the usual sense of worldview, no, because when we think of worldviews, it's more like comprehensive than just that one claim. But like, yeah, someone who is an atheist generally would have that as part of their kind of view.
Then we could say that atheism would negate certain worldview propositions, like there is a God, for example. That would be a necessary negation. Right.
Right. So the atheism is incompatible with anything that requires or is the statement that there is a God, right? Obviously.
Right. So now we have, for example, I've talked to atheists who are strict materialists. That's it. I've talked to atheists who hold to Platonic forms. I've talked to atheists who don't believe that numbers are real, and other atheists who believe that numbers are real. Some that think the laws of logic are absolute abstract entities that have existence. We've talked about that, and other ones who say no. Some say that it's just brain patterns we recognize on a common level that allows survivability. I've had all kinds of discussions with atheists, and that's why I'm saying, okay, if we're going to examine atheism, we have to go past the proposition. Atheism is the view that there is no God. That statement doesn't contain a contradiction in and of itself, because a contradiction doesn't abide or live inside of that definition. Okay, granted. Now we move along. We go past it. Okay, great. Is atheism then defensible with that definition in line? The idea that there is no God. Does the no God position, does it provide the ability to explain logic, morality, and varying things in our world? That's what I want to do, is get into that.
Yeah, look, as I said earlier, these are interesting questions. I have a lot to say about logic and the ontology of propositions and other things like that. That's another conversation that can be had. What I was looking to explore here, and it sounds like maybe we're kind of going past it, not necessarily saying that you're retracting the claim, but at least you're not interested in defending the claim that a contradiction follows from if there's no gods.
Follows.
Yeah, it's a matter of logical entailment.
But how do you get a logical entailment from just a statement? It's like saying grass is green. Show me a logical contradiction that entails that. I go, what? What are you talking about?
Well, because that's a consistent statement, the one that did not entail a contradiction. But obviously there are things that follow from that statement. It's just that none of the things that follow are contradictory.
Except not all grass is green. But
that's not contradictory.
Yeah, no, grass is green is not a contradictory statement either. And so I would just say, yeah, now what about it? So the idea atheism is a view that there is no God, I'd go, yeah, okay, now what do we do?
Look, you can have a different conversation, and maybe we can just tie this part of the conversation up here and someone else can continue. But what we were looking at, or what I was looking for, was something of the form, look, atheism is the view that there are no gods. Okay, let's suppose. If there are no gods, what follows from that? And does a contradiction follow from that? Because it sounded like earlier you were saying, yeah, a contradiction does follow if there are no gods. Now it sounds like you're less committal about that.
Okay.
But anyway.
Okay. I think we're getting closer to what we both mean by things. I think that's the problem. So let me just expand this. When I say a statement, atheism has problems, or well, what is atheism? We get into all these particulars. I'm saying that when you apply atheism to reality, it doesn't provide what's needed to explain things, and therefore, depending on a particular person's particular view of atheism, leads to varying views, different kinds of contradictions. That's what I'm talking about.
No one's going to disagree. Of course, someone could be an atheist and have a contradictory view, right? And maybe I'm one of them. Like maybe you can see that out of my view, but that's not really relevant to the actual, or what I was looking for, which is whether atheism itself entails contradiction.
Oh, you mean the idea? Okay, well, let me see if I can repeat what you're saying a different way. The idea that there is no God itself entails a contradiction in the statement that there is no God.
Yeah, does that statement entail a contradiction?
But I've already said. Okay, you're obviously intelligent and polite, and so this is why I'm confused. Because I'm already admitting to you what I've been admitting over and over again. The statement doesn't entail a contradiction in itself. A contradiction doesn't live in a definition.
Right. So, okay. So you're granting that from the statement there are no gods, the contradiction does not follow.
Okay. When you say follow, what do you mean by that? I'm not trying to be pedantic here. What do you mean by that?
Logical entailment, logical consequence. Can you derive it using the standard tools of logic?
Okay, if the statement, atheism is the position that there is no God, if I say that statement does not entail a contradiction in and of itself, then for you to ask me there's a contradiction in that position seems to me to be inconsistent with what I'm already saying. This is why I'm getting confused. It's like you're agreeing with me and then you don't agree with me. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, I'm saying the same thing each time.
But I have to. You said the same thing again that I wanted to clear up. And maybe this is, look, you said position that there are no gods. That's not the statement that I'm considering, right? That whole statement, we're not concerned with whether that entails a contradiction. What we're concerned is whether.
Tom, you're very low.
Yeah, I can barely hear you.
Your mic is incredibly low.
But anyway, just to repeat, I'm not concerned with whether the statement that atheism means that is a contradiction. Rather, I'm concerned with whether atheism entails a contradiction. That is to say, the statement that there are no gods entails a contradiction. Recall my analogy with the square circle case. It's not a contradiction to suppose that a square circle means something with those features, but it is a contradiction to suppose that there is a square circle. Likewise, we can agree that the statement that atheism means there are no gods is not a contradiction. It's a further question whether atheism entails a contradiction. And I'm not sure at this point whether you agree that atheism entails a contradiction in that sense. But at the very least, it seems to me that you're not interested in defending that it does.
I'm not laughing at you. I just think the whole thing's funny, not in a mocking, condemning way. I'm just saying, man, I'm getting, it's amusing because I'm really bewildered that we're not able, we can't okay. So the statement there are no gods is not itself a contradiction. Okay.
It doesn't entail a contradiction, right? Is what you would say?
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, then that's fine. Then, so you don't think the statement "there are no gods" entails a contradiction? Okay, so now
the logical statement in itself doesn't entail a contradiction within its own statement. That's what I've been saying.
The statement, hang on, to be clear, it's not just that the statement itself is not in the form of a contradiction, right? It's not something of the form P and not P, right? However, it's a further question whether it entails a contradiction. Are you still saying that it does not entail a contradiction in that sense?
I'm not sure. Does it entail or not? Okay, look, to say circles are round is not a contradictory statement or non-contradictory statement. It's just a statement, right?
No, it is a non-contradictory statement.
Yeah, and to say there is no God, just the statement itself is not an internal contradiction in itself. That's what I've been saying.
Again, it's not internal contradiction in itself. I'm not exactly sure what that means. If that means that it's not in the form of a contradiction, that's agreed. The further question is whether it entails a contradiction. And it sounds like, do you think that it does, or are you unclear on what that would mean?
I'm unclear what you're okay. What do you mean by it entails a contradiction?
But you can, given the statement, you can derive a contradiction from it.
Derive a contradiction. This is where we're coming back to this place again. To derive a contradiction, we'd have to define things more so, because if I said the statement, there is no God, hypothetically, just that statement itself is not a contradiction, though I think I can make the case it is, but I'm not going to go down that road yet. That if that's the case, that it's not a contradiction, then why would you ask any further questions about demonstrating it doesn't have a contradiction?
It sounds like you're now not saying that it entails a contradiction, but I'm just trying to get clear. Is that your view, that it does not entail a contradiction?
Okay, I'm honestly, at this point, not sure where we're at. I'm not even sure what to say anymore, because I keep saying the same thing, and we are talking past each other.
I guess so, but I feel like my question has been pretty clear. I'm just asking you whether, on your view, it entails a contradiction.
Okay, let me write this down exactly. I really want to try and understand what it is you're saying, because I'm not seeing it. Let's just go there, okay?
Let me give an analogy, right? So suppose my view was that the sky is blue and the sky is not blue, right? We can call that view like whatever, give a label for that. And then if I ask you, does that view entail a contradiction? You can say, of course it does, right? Because you can just derive. It's already in the form of a contradiction. You don't have to do any work, right? But it could be that like I had a different view that more subtly entailed a contradiction. It wasn't like evident just that, from the basic form of the statement that it entails a contradiction. Now, and then you could derive the contradiction, and you could show that it entails a contradiction. Now, we agree that atheism, as the statement that there are no gods, is not in the form of a contradiction. It's not something like the sky is blue and the sky is not blue, or P and not P. But you could think that it still entails a contradiction in some way. And I'm thinking at this point that it's not your view that it entails a contradiction, but it's not clear to me that that's so. And that's why I was just trying to get clear on whether that is so.
Say the sky is blue and it's also not blue is it contains an internal negation and self-contradiction. To say the statement, there are no gods, itself is not containing any internal negation, right?
Yeah, but as I just said, it's not containing it internally, so to speak, in the God case. However, you might think it still entails a contradiction.
Yeah, maybe Detroyer, what you can do is give an example of how you could derive a contradiction from a statement that doesn't itself express a contradiction.
Well, you could do the square circle one, right? If I say something is a square, a simple geometric shape is both a square and a circle. That statement itself is not in the form of a contradiction. Like there's nothing you could is not in the form of P and not P or something like that. However, given what those terms mean, right, we can flesh out the conceptual consequences and derive a contradiction. It'll turn out that since there can't be something that has 4 90-degree right angles and also no angles, right, then it does entail a contradiction to suppose that there is a square circle. Likewise, you might think that while atheism, as a statement that there are no gods, is not of the form P and not P, it does have as consequences things which are contradictions like that. So you might think that it entails a contradiction without itself being in the form of a contradictory statement.
Yeah, we're not.
I got it. So I just say like this: you could make a statement like, "She has a penis." Right? It's not in the form of person has a penis, person does not have a penis. But you start sifting into she, and you might say that, well, she entails that they're female, and no females have penises. So therefore, it like entails a contradiction. A statement.
Here's a better one. The circle has a corner. That's a contradiction, right?
It's contradictory in the sense that it entails a contradiction. That statement is not in the form of a contradiction.
Right. It encompasses or entails within it is a contradiction. The circle has a corner. Is itself incorrect? It's contradictory. Because by definition, the circle does not have a corner. The statement, there are no gods, itself is not a contradiction. It's just a statement. So we have to go beyond that.
But it doesn't entail a contradiction in the sense that that other statement does.
That's what I'm saying. I've been saying this for a while now. Yeah.
Okay, great. So then you should have just disagreed with premise 1 right off the rip about 2 hours ago.
Okay, so this dog pile thing again?
No, I mean, I think I don't know. I think this part of the discussion has sort of run its course. But
this is basically over now.
No, it takes a long time to clarify terms. So if there are no gods is true, if it's true, if the case is that there are no gods, then we can assert certain propositions in relation to that, right? Or can we not?
Sorry, was this for me? Because I wasn't listening.
Yeah. If we say there are no gods is a true statement, then can we conclude other positives?
There are things that follow from that statement. Yeah.
Okay. Could you give me 2 or 3 or whatever?
Well, most of them are going to be having the things that follow from that are going to have to do with things that relate to God, right? So it follows that there are no gods. It follows that there's nothing created by God. It follows that other things like that. Anything that requires a God does not exist.
But
all those types of things will follow.
That's just tautologists. So if there are no gods, to say, well, then nothing be created by God. Well, of course. So that's not really answering the question. If there are no gods,
you asked me examples of things that follow from the statement. I just gave a couple.
Okay. So the negation, there are no gods, is true. Then can we conclude positives? Then there are only physical laws, something like that.
No, that does not follow.
We can't.
You went through that with Jack, I thought. No, that's because that's not a consequence of atheism.
No, not okay. Okay. If there are no gods, then there must be positive affirmations of something because things exist and things are.
The fact that things exist and things are itself is not.
But if things exist and things are, they exist and they are because of a reason. And if you're going to say there's no reason to them, that's just irrational. But you're supposed to be arguing rationality. So if there are no gods, which is a negation of a position, then there must be a positive related to that negation. So, like, for example, if there are no gods, we can say things exist, right?
No. We can say that things exist, but that's not a consequence of atheism.
No, I'm not saying it's a consequence of atheism. I'm saying if it's true that there's no gods, can we say, for example, well, things exist? Yes.
Like, if you're asking whether we can say that, yes, we can say that, right? But that's not relevant to whether atheism entails a contradiction. But maybe you want to move on from that and you're asking something else.
Yeah, well, if you see, the thing is, I'm going to make a statement to you because I believe you're a gentleman enough. You'll understand. I don't mean this as an insult, because I don't, but it's going to sound like it, and I hope it doesn't sound like it. I think you're giving an excuse to not really deal with the issues. I hope that's not accusatory. You don't take it that way. I'm frustrated.
No, I don't. I'm not really sure what to say about that because I've sort of been clear on what I was looking for, right? And that it seems that has sort of run its course, and now I don't know. If you're saying that I'm dodging, not dealing with the issues, I don't know what to say. I thought I was pretty clear with what I was looking for.
Okay. Well, I apologize if it sounds insulting. It's honestly not intended. I'm trying to understand, because if you say there are no gods, okay, then as a result of there are no gods, can we say that there are things that exist because there are no gods?
Are there things that exist because there are no gods?
Yeah, we would have to be. If there are no gods, then things exist because there is no God.
Well, that's not a consequence.
How what?
It's not a consequence of atheism that things exist because there are no gods. Huh?
Yeah, because if there are no gods, things still have existence. They exist not because of God, right?
Yeah, but that's a different statement, right? I can agree that things exist not because of God, and not think that things exist because there is no God. That's a very different statement.
But if something exists and there is no God to account for it, then something else accounts for it, right?
If there is something that exists that is accounted for in some way, then it's accounted for by something other than God, correct?
But if atheism is true, things exist without God, then it raises the question. Then saying things exist not because of God is not an explanation. It's the absence of one.
Yeah, just pointing out that the thing that exists, if it has some explanation, that explanation is not God. Yeah, that's not to provide an explanation. It's just to say that God is not the thing that explains it, if there is something that explains it.
Is it true that in philosophy, existence requires an explanation?
Is it true in philosophy that existence requires an explanation? No, that's a very contentious view.
It's either things are self-existent or they're externally caused. Is that true?
I don't know what self-existent means.
They're eternally self-existent, never came into being. They're non-contingent. So something's either non-contingent eternally or it's contingent, right?
Does self-existent just mean necessary, didn't come into existence and was uncaused?
Yeah, an uncaused existence, items, things, phenomena, and caused things. So things are either uncaused or caused. No third category. So if there is no God,
yeah. So that.
Go ahead.
Well, but that's true dichotomy. I mean, granting the non-vagueness of cause, which I wouldn't grant, but whatever. That either something is caused or it's not caused. Yeah.
Well, if things exist not because God brought them into existence, then they exist because something other than God brought them into existence, right?
If it's brought into existence, that's correct.
Were things brought into existence, or do you hold the position that everything is eternally old?
Obviously, there are things that are brought into existence. I was brought into existence,
okay.
Right? Many things were brought into existence.
Okay, so then in the condition of things being brought into existence, then that's the atheist view, that in the atheist view, there is no God, things are brought into existence. Those things have a cause. In atheism, then, necessitates that causation occurs in bringing things to existence, right?
Atheism doesn't necessitate that things were brought into existence or even that things exist. Of course, if we're talking about a particular view or plausible atheistic view where someone grants that things that are brought into existence, then they should think that anything that was brought into existence was not done so by God, right? That's a consequence of their view.
Yeah. And so if atheism is true, if we work with that position that atheism is true, and things came into existence, then atheism necessitates that the cause of those things that came into existence was not God.
Yeah, so it is, you can derive from the conjunction, atheism is true and things came into existence, that those things were not brought into existence by God. That's correct. That does follow.
Okay. So if the cause was not God, for example, what's the cause of the universe? What's the cause of the laws of logic? What's the cause of our life?
Well, those are three different questions. I don't know if the universe does have a cause or whether that even makes sense to talk about. I don't think it does make sense to talk about the laws of logic having a cause, because I don't think those are things per se, although we can have a longer conversation about the ontology of logic. And the cause of our life, if you're asking what caused me as a person, it's going to be some complicated story involving my parents.
Okay.
But maybe that's not what you're looking for.
Atheism necessitates that the causes of things that come into existence is not God. Therefore, a non-God position must be the cause. Okay. What is the
atheism
non-God
entails
position?
that if something is, hang on, atheism entails that for anything that is caused, it's not caused by God. That's correct.
Yeah.
Right?
So then there's a cause of something that comes into existence. What is the cause, the non-God cause of things that come into existence?
Of what? You can ask for a particular causal relation of what the cause was.
Okay. Now we get into regression. You exist. Why do you exist? Mom and dad. Why do they exist? Mom and dad. We go back to the beginning of the universe. What caused the universe to exist?
This was the first question that you asked. I already said, I don't know whether there was something that caused the universe to exist or whether it even makes sense to talk about the universe having a cause.
Of course it makes
perhaps
sense
there was a cause, but I don't.
Yeah. It's logical to talk about the cause of the universe. It makes sense to ask the question. We can ask the question. What caused
Well,
the
there
universe?
are some concerns for that.
Well,
so there actually are concerns. You can say those, you can put those words together, but there are legitimate concerns that people have raised, and I can talk about this if you want, that it may not even make sense to apply causal discourse to that domain. I'm not, I don't know if I want to go on in explaining that. I could point you to some resources that explore that, but I'm not sure it's going to be that helpful here. I'm willing to suppose that maybe there is a cause to the universe, maybe there isn't. On atheism, it follows that if there is, it's not God. That's true, but I'm not sure where we go from there.
Is it the case the universe is infinitely old, or it's not the case the universe is infinitely old, right?
It's true that it's either one of those two, leaving aside some concerns about non-metric time. Yeah.
If the universe is infinitely old, there are problems. Actual infinite, the laws of thermodynamics, usable energy. There's the Kobe experiment, background radiation. There's lots of evidence to show that the universe had a cause. We can get into that. So let's assume we've done this for an hour.
That's a different thing. I'm willing to grant that it's plausible that the universe had a beginning. I don't know that that's true. I mean, physicists allege that there are models that are compatible with all the data that are not that don't have a beginning. But
yeah. Okay. So here we go. This is a good example of something. That's why I say I want to talk to the atheists about what you hold, because now you're doing what so many atheists I've talked to before have done. There's these different views over there, another view over there, and if I answer those two views, what's the third view you got to answer now? And now I have to answer all views they present. So this is why I say I can't do that in infinitum. I can only say.
Point, I thought you were asking about my view. I don't have a settled view on whether the universe had a beginning. To me, that seems like a somewhat open question of physics and cosmology. I would lean towards it. Seems plausible. There's some reason to think that it does have a beginning. That seem a little bit stronger than the reverse. So I would lean that way a little bit, but I'm not like willing to say, oh, it definitely had a beginning. Right? I'm not super decided on that.
Would you agree it's either the case it had a beginning or it's not the case it had a beginning? Is that correct?
Roughly, there's some complications there if you might think that time is not fundamental, or there could be non-metric time, that it doesn't really make sense to say that if there's sort of this initial non-metric period that it had a beginning or not have a beginning, because the notion of a beginning over that period doesn't even make sense. But leaving that aside, yes, either it had a beginning or it did not have a beginning.
Okay. And if we negate one of those, the other is true, correct? I'm sorry. Have you responded or not?
I said yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. So if the universe had a beginning, then it was caused. If it did not have a beginning, it's eternal. If the universe is eternal,
well, I just don't grant that inference.
Don't grant what inference? The universe is eternal or not eternal?
I don't know. That if the universe had a beginning, then it has a cause. I don't accept that.
Are you?
As I said before, I said that maybe the universe has a cause, maybe it doesn't. I'm not even sure whether causation means can be coherently applied in this domain.
Okay. So this is a conversation I've had before with atheists where they get into this. And then what I find them doing is arguing from complete ignorance, they don't know, as an actual position?
Look, you're effectively asking questions about unknown cosmology, and it's not really much of an admission for me to say I don't know. Like, I don't know what the universe is like globally, or whether it had a cause. That seems to be an open question. That's not going to be solved from the armchair, it seems to me, and it's not an admission for me to admit that ignorance. I mean, that's the rational position, given the evidence that I have. It seems to me.
Well, I grant that, but logically, there's only two possibilities. It's either the case the universe is infinitely old, or it's not the case the universe is infinitely old.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
As I said, I would kind of lean towards it not being infinitely old, but I'm not super decided. It could be that way.
If the universe is not infinitely old, it had a beginning. If it had a beginning, it was caused to come into existence. This is logically necessary. I can explain why.
You say that that's logically necessary. I just pointed out that that's not something that I accept.
Okay. In order for something to perform an action, it has to have properties. Properties exist because of the ontos, of existence of something. If there is no existence of something, it has no properties, can perform no action. So the idea that something comes from nothing is illogical.
All right. Where does something coming from nothing, in the relevant sense, right? Something has a beginning but not a cause, require that there'd have to be something pre-existing with properties? That's just not an entailment.
Sure it is, because you can't have something bring itself into existence if it did not exist, because that which does not exist has no properties, no ability to perform any action. So therefore,
that's another non sequitur.
It could not brought itself.
That's just another non sequitur.
It's not a non sequitur.
Yeah, I'll explain why it is. It's not a consequence of something beginning to exist without a cause that it, quote unquote, brought itself into existence. That's just it's just totally non sequitur. It just doesn't follow at all.
Maybe we're not understanding each other. Are you saying that bringing itself into existence is plausible?
No, I'm saying that something beginning to exist and not having a cause does not entail at all that it, quote unquote, brought itself into existence. That's an absurd consequence. That does not follow at all.
Okay, let me ask you, are you saying can something come into existence and also not have a cause?
Yes. If by come into existence, you just mean exist at some time and not before that, right? It just had a beginning and it wasn't caused to begin to exist.
For something to come into existence uncaused, it'd have to emerge from an absolute nothing. Is that correct?
If from an absolute nothing, you're using nothing there as a noun phrase, then no. If by nothing there, you're using as a quantifier, that is to say that it emerged not from anything, that's correct.
Yeah, not from anything. It has no properties, no potential.
No, but here you're talking about the properties that it has or doesn't have, and you're switching back to using nothing as a noun phrase, which is, on my view, illegitimate. I'm not requiring that there is this nothingness with no properties or potentialities or anything like that. Rather, there just is the thing that exists at some time. There isn't some time before that. There isn't some cause before that. And that's it. It just begins to exist, and it doesn't have a cause.
So the universe came into existence mean there was a time when it did not exist, right?
That does not follow.
So you're saying then that is a case that when it came into existence, it began to exist, also means that it also was already existing?
No, it's compatible with the universe beginning to exist without a cause, that the moment at which it began to exist is the first moment of time, right? It doesn't follow from the fact that something began to exist without a cause, that there was time before that at which it did not exist.
So you're saying there was a time before time that it existed?
What? No, I'm saying it does not follow. I just explained why that's not what I'm saying. It does not follow from the fact that something began to exist at some time without a cause, that there was some prior time at which it did not exist. If that was the first time, right, which could be the case if we're talking about the beginning of the universe, then there wasn't, or at least there could not. It could be the case that there was not some prior time at which it did not exist.
You don't know what that time would be like, or if it could or could not be. You're just talking about theories and possibilities you don't understand or assert as true. So now what you're doing is just arguing in just areas of you don't know. So let me ask you.
I'm pointing out non-entailments. I'm saying it doesn't follow from the fact that something began to exist without a cause, that there was some prior time at which it did not exist. That's not a consequence. It sounds like your argument was relying on that being a consequence, and I'm saying that's not a consequence.
Are you saying time has an actual existence now?
What?
You said you're referring to time before causation.
No. What? I'm not,
okay.
Again, I'm saying it's not a consequence that there was time before the thing began to exist.
We are obviously not on the same wavelength here. Let's see if we can back up, okay? Because you want to say what, and I want to say what. It's like a skit from SNL. What? Okay. So if the universe came into existence, did it bring itself into existence?
If you recall what I said, it's not a consequence from the fact that the universe began to exist without a cause, that it brought itself into existence. Somebody could think that. I would find that rather strange. But at the very least, it's not a consequence that it did.
I'm not sure I understood, because you said several negatives in there, which I could then interpret as a double negative, which then confuses me. So is it, okay, it's either the case that, well, it's either the case that or it's not the case that. It's either the case that the universe brought itself into existence, or it's not the case that the universe brought itself into existence. Correct? That's a compound sentence. Okay. So it's either the case that or that. Okay. Which do you affirm?
Oh, I would say that's not the case that the universe brought itself into existence. I find that rather strange, as I said.
Okay, good. So now we're at the place of the universe did not bring itself into existence. Then if it did not bring itself into existence, then something else brought it into existence, right?
I don't accept that inference. You're supposing, what you're requiring is that something brought it into existence, whether it is itself or something else. I don't accept that. It's compatible that it wasn't brought into existence at all.
How does something that does not exist become existing, not be caused to exist by something other than itself?
I don't understand the question.
If
think about
something comes into existence, you didn't cause your own existence, your mom and dad. You didn't cause your own existence. Your mom and dad did, respectfully speaking, brought you into existence. Okay. So the universe didn't bring itself into existence. It had to be caused to be existing, right?
I don't accept that. Again, it could be that there is something that wasn't caused to be existent.
How do things come into existence that weren't caused to come into existence?
The view is coherent to suppose that the universe had an initial moment that's, while all that existed at that initial moment was not caused to begin to exist, and there's nothing beyond that. At least,
so
that's coherent.
Then what preceded the universe is infinitely old.
That assumes that there was a time preceding the universe, which there may not have been time preceding the universe.
But you're presupposing that the validity of the question, time may or may not have been, is either a true option. You can't even define what time is. Really, no one really knows what it is. If it has real substance and how it applies to things before the universe. Now we're just talking absolute absurdity. Nothing can be nailed down here. Nothing.
I don't know what concern you have at this point. All I'm pointing out is that I could coherently think that at least it's a possibility that the universe began to exist, wasn't caused to begin to exist. I don't know whether that's the case. It seems on the table as far as I know. And that doesn't entail any of the absurdities that looks like you've gestured to up to this point.
If the universe came into existence, did it bring itself into existence?
Again, that seems rather strange to me. I would not accept that. Someone could think that. I would not. That would not be my view.
I didn't ask if it was your view. I asked, what is your view? I didn't ask if it was. Is it the case that, if the universe came into existence, did it bring itself into existence? I'm just asking, what do you think?
You already asked me this question. I said no. I do not think that the universe brought itself into existence.
Okay. All right. So if it did not bring itself into existence, it didn't perform an action, so it excludes itself as its own cause, logically.
Right.
That means there's another cause besides itself, right?
We're going in the same circle again, right?
Okay.
The whole position on the table is that it wasn't caused, right, by itself or anything else, right?
Okay.
And you're saying, well, if it wasn't caused by itself, then it must have been caused by something else, right? No, the whole point is that at least it's on the table that it wasn't caused at all.
So the universe came into existence without a cause.
Maybe. I don't know that is the case. But that seems to be a position that's on the table.
So then something happens for no reason.
That's not a consequence of that. There could be an explanation for why it exists or why it began to exist, but it wouldn't be a causal one.
So they're saying something can come into existence without a cause.
Yes.
That's magic. That's called magic.
I mean, you can call that magic. I don't.
That's what it is.
I don't think that's
what it is.
Generally applicable in the way that term is normally used.
It's without rationality, without logical basis, without basis in physics, what we know. It's just an appeal to, well, you don't know, it could happen because there's no really cause, no real reason, but it could happen because it might happen. Poof. So that's how we know frogs came into existence. You put rags in a corner, and after a while, maggots and things appeared. So that's that. So this is bad science, it's bad logic to say that something can come into existence without an action that brings it into existence. It's just not rational to hold that.
I don't know why you think it's quote unquote not rational to hold that. That seems to me just an option that could turn out to be correct. It could turn out that we may end up thinking that, like, well, the correct theory of physics is one that this universe is all that there is and has a temporal boundary in the earlier than direction, and that's it. That's what exists. Is that the correct view? I don't know, but that's a view that's on the table. And I just pointing out that it's not rational or something like that. I just don't even know what the concern you have is.
All right. So the reason math works in the real world that's an interesting question. Why does math work? But it does. The abstractions, the universal abstract truth entities, mathematics, pluses, minuses, trig, calculus, it works because it relates. These abstractions relate to reality. If things don't relate to reality, if we say 2 + 2 is 5, we know it's not true. Now, so logic bears a correspondence to reality. I don't hold with the correspondence theory, but that's neither here nor there now. So to say that...
Are you some sort of deflationist or something else like that?
No.
He's a coherentist.
No.
But truth?
Truth is what corresponds to the mind of God. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm just saying that rationality has to be employed here. And the idea that the universe came into existence, but it was not caused by anything, is irrational.
How is that irrational?
Because you're
seems
saying...
to be like just a view about the cosmology that could be correct. I don't know.
But you're saying there's no reason for it to occur.
Again, the two things here. One, it may be that there is an explanation or reason that occurred in that way. It's just that the reason or explanation wouldn't be causal, right? Because obviously, on the view, there is no cause for it to begin to exist in that way. And I could go through some different views that people might have about what sort of explanations or reasons there would be. But on the other hand, if it turned out that there's no further explanation for why the universe happened to have this temporal boundary in the earlier than direction, then okay, that's just that it's a contingent fact that the world happened to be that way, and there's no further explanation for why it is that way rather than some other way that it could have been. That seems to be perfectly fine as well. But anyway.
Yeah, I see that as being as irrational. So we want to argue logically, coherently, not from, well, things might come without a reason. But then when I brought that up, you say, well, there could be different reasons, blah, blah, blah. Now you're saying there are reasons, potential reasons. You recognize the idea that there's no reason for something to come into existence is, well, it's irrational. There's no reason for it. It just happens. You can't trust. Then you couldn't trust reality because then circles have become blue Tuesdays. There's no reason. So the universe's existence is there because of a reason or some cause of something. We don't even know what it is necessarily, but it has a cause. It didn't bring itself into existence. This is perfectly logical.
It's a coherent position that the universe was caused to begin to exist. But it seems to me equally coherent as a position to think that it wasn't caused to begin to exist. I don't know which of those is correct. And if it turns out that the right answer is that there's no further explanation for why it began to exist in that way, okay, I mean, that could turn out to be the case. I don't know whether that's the case. And if you're asking me to pick a view, I can't, because that seems to me beyond the scope of what's licensed given my evidence.
Yeah. I think no offense, I think you're just adopting irrationality at this point.
I mean, if you think I've made some sort of rational inference or adopted a view that is irrational for me to hold, then feel free to point it out. But it seems to me,
yeah,
I haven't said anything too controversial.
Unless I've misunderstood, you're implying the universe didn't necessarily have a cause.
Yeah, that could turn out to be the case.
So if it could be the case that there was no cause, then there's no reason for it to exist. It just happened.
Again, we're going to go through this circle. It seems like
rational?
Well, again, Mike, it's a bit annoying because we at several points here going around in the same circle again, because you just said that and I just responded to that. I'll give the brief response again, but I don't want to go through that circle for another time. It doesn't follow that if it didn't have a cause, that there's not a reason or an explanation for its having begun to exist. There are non-causal explanations or reasons for it beginning to exist. However, if it turns out that there is no further explanation or reason for it beginning to exist, then okay, so be it. I might have good reason to think that, and I might be rational in holding the view that there's no further explanation for it beginning to exist. I don't know that that's the case. That's a view that should be on the table as far as I can tell.
A non-causal reason is still a reason. Right?
That's right.
Okay.
That's part of the point that I just made.
Yeah, so you're saying there's reasons for things the universe existed. There's a reason for it, right?
It is an option that there is a reason absent a cause, right? Because I was just pointing out that you seem to be making the inference that if there's no cause, then there's no reason. I was just pointing out that it could be that there's no cause, but there is a reason. I don't know that is the case. It's also an option that there's no cause and there's no reason. Fair enough. That seems to be an option on the table.
So you're actually going to say that, yeah, you believe it's possible that there is a cause without a reason.
Sorry, that there is no cause and no reason.
Right.
Right, that's possible.
Okay.
I don't know whether that is the case, but
yeah, that's we're done. Yeah, because that's just irrational. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, you're free to assert that that's irrational, but I haven't yet heard any reason to think so.
Because you're saying there's no reason for something to occur, but just occurs.
It may be that there's no further explanation or no further reason for why that's the first thing that began to exist.
Maybe Detroyer, it might be helpful to talk about why you think that some brute contingencies are going to be, some brute facts are going to be entailed on any worldview.
Yeah, look, I mean, I can go through that inference. I feel like at this point, this conversation has kind of run its course, and I don't want to start up a whole other thing. If someone else wants to jump in, yeah.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the conversation. I'm puzzled.
No problem.
But yeah, appreciate it.
Did we ever get clear on what a contradiction entails for Matt?
Contradiction is where a statement occurs where one thing makes another thing impossible, but both are said to be true or extant.
Did we ever find one in atheism?
The statement or in the philosophy of?
The thesis.
The statement or the philosophy of?
The thesis.
Okay, let me try this one. The statement or the philosophy of?
The thesis.
Is a statement a thesis?
No.
Okay.
So I guess no, he hasn't found the incoherency.
Well, I think, Socrates, you probably want to say that a statement expresses a thesis.
Yeah, I agree with that, but it's not identical to a thesis.
Okay, so let's get nuanced into ad infinitum here. What statement is atheism making?
Oh my God, you've heard it like 4 times.
Don't use the Lord's name in vain, please. It's offensive.
Oh, now you care about decorum?
I care about you violating one of the commandments of God in my presence.
Before.
Yes, I always have before.
No, you haven't. You didn't say anything.
Oh, jeez, dude, stop being moronic.
Gosh,
you don't even know what I believe and I think and I tell you and you argue with what I'm even saying.
Well, you wear your thoughts on your sleeve, so it's like it's kind of obvious to hear what you think.
Okay, earlier when I said, "Oh God," he seemed to be happy that I was acknowledging God. So that's not.
Yeah, I had to. It's a roundabout way of correcting and saying, "At least you acknowledge God exists."
Yeah, so it's offensive.
Look, yeah, I find it offensive when people use the Lord's name in vain.
But
well, I do. I just do. Okay, I find it to be offensive. I think it hurt. It actually causes me grief every time I hear someone
Are you
do
still
it.
a Trump supporter, Matt?
Yeah, I am. And so,
After him
I just,
blaspheming your
that's all.
God?
So.
Oh, Jack, remember?
After he blasphemed?
So I'm just saying that when you guys do that, it's, I'm just saying that's what it is. Okay.
Jack,
Wait,
didn't
what
you
was it?
brainstorm when you wanted to talk about something about Muslims and Islam or something like that?
Oh yeah, so we had a question about. Let me try to remember how it goes. Catholics. Oh yeah, it was about bombing Iran. You had said that Islam was. Well, I don't want to misquote him. It has something. It's something like inherently violent, right?
Right.
I said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is.
But so then the question is, why not bomb Saudi Arabia? Because your justification you gave was that it's okay to bomb Iran because Islam is inherently violent. And so the idea was, well, presumably Saudi Arabia is also a Muslim country, right? It's also populated by Muslims, but you seem to think so. That seems like that should just offer the same justification. We ought to bomb Saudi Arabia.
No, I vaguely remember the conversation, but generally speaking, we have the right of self-defense, and Iran has attacked the United States peripherally, many ways, many times. So now is the time to execute the idea of self-defense. That's one thing, and it doesn't matter if it's because of Islam or not, but because of any country that would do that. But another topic is, yes, Islam is inherently violent.
Well, I don't know, Tom. Now it sounds like he's withdrawing the claim that what justifies attacking Iran is that it's inherently violent.
Well, that would be a change in his position. I would applaud you for that change in your position, Matt.
That's not my position. It's not what I'm saying. I look. I'm going to say this. You guys, I know you look for anything you can. You guys have SDS. You know what SDS is? Slick derangement syndrome. You're often very biased.
I knew it was something derangement system. I was wondering what the S was.
You guys will often pick and choose what you want to remember and how you want to spin it. You remind me of the Democratic Party. Not that the Republican Party is much better, but I'm just saying you have a habit of not really remembering things precisely, and that's just what it is. I said the statement, Islam is inherently violent. Yes, it is. Why attack Iran? I gave you the reasons why. Because of its violence. It's based on its Islamic stuff, but Saudi Arabia is also Islamic, but it's not aggressive to the point of being consistent with what the Quran and the Hadith teach. Just because someone holds to the Quran and the Hadith, if you know what those are, doesn't mean that they all consistently apply those things.
Right, so then they wouldn't be Muslims then, right?
No, you can have people who are Muslims who don't consistently apply. 18% of the world population who are Muslims, only 18% speak Arabic and read Arabic. Most of them are just peace-loving people. I've talked to Muslims before, people who just don't know much about Islam. Do you know what it teaches in Surah 9? What? It teaches killing the infidels, going out looking for them and destroying them. Well, it does? Yeah, yes, it does. Well, I don't really believe in that. Okay. Is Allah true? Yes. You can have people with inconsistencies all over the place. Okay.
Matt, what verse in Surah 9 are you using for that?
Surah 9:5 and 29, I believe it is.
Yeah, but the Bible also prescribes violence. So, I mean, are you going to say that Christianity is inherently violent because that's in the Bible?
Can you show me a verse in the New Testament Christianity that supports violence? That the
Christians it supports people violent. Like killing other people, slaughtering.
Show me the verse where it says Christians are advocated to go out and
kill something Amalekites.
It's just
okay. Here, listen to what I'm saying.
That's
do
the
you
Old
think
Testament,
killing
dude.
and like
That's not
dashing
within the Christian covenant.
Guys, listen to what I'm saying. Can you show me something in the New Testament that states Christians are to go out and do that?
Well, first of all, why does it have to be in the New Testament? I said the Bible.
Now that's a good question. The reason is because Hebrews 8:13 tells us that the old covenant is made obsolete with the death of Christ. Hebrews 9:15 through 16 says the new covenant is instituted when Jesus Christ died. Since he died, the old covenant, including those old laws, are then made obsolete. We're not obligated to live that way. The old covenant's done away with. The Latin for covenant is testamentum, Old Testament, New Testament. Jesus said in Luke 22:36, says, do you have a sword? No, sell your cloak and buy a sword. He doesn't say go out and be violent. He says we have the right of self-defense. That's as close as you can get to anything. That's it. The Bible says turn the other cheek. Jesus says love and pray for your enemies, etc., etc. Okay.
Yeah, it also says God is unchanging.
It also says what? What? It says what?
God is unchanging, right, Matt?
Yeah, Malachi 3:6 says nature is unchanging, but
yeah.
Don't confuse the category of nature with how he works covenantally.
I don't see how it gets you out of it.
No,
the
look,
idea
guys,
the idea in your Muslim stuff was that in the Quran, violence is prescribed. Therefore, Islam is inherently violent. In the Bible, violence is prescribed. Therefore, the Christianity is inherently violent.
Nope. See, when you say Christianity, you're now changing the terms. Christianity is different than Judaism and the Old Testament. So look, I'll give you a Bible study lesson right now. Write down.
I don't need it.
Well, then you shouldn't make statements of ignorance.
Do you do Bible study with atheists?
Yeah, I've offered it to teach them.
Do you do it?
Teaches. No, because no one's ever accepted.
Never?
Never. I've offered here and other places to atheists, look, guys, I'll teach you what the Bible actually says about things.
You've literally told me you don't do Bible study with atheists.
Ah, jeez, dude. I've told atheists before many times, look, if you want to know what it teaches, I'll be glad to teach you what the Bible teaches in these areas. I've actually said, I'll have Bible studies with you guys. No one's ever taken me up on it, okay?
Okay. Well, the point is, under your view, there is only one possible world, and everything is foreordained, everything according to God's will, as has happened. Anything that does happen was God's will. Therefore, anything that happened, it couldn't have been any other way. So, if it couldn't be any other way, then it's inherent into Christianity that there is violence because violence occurred. There is no world in which violence does not occur.
Yeah, that's correct. And then, are you familiar with the ultimate prescriptive and permissive will of God in the Christian theology?
Yeah, I've heard those before.
What are they?
I'm not going to play a quiz show. I'll answer this one question. But if you keep doing this is the second time you tried it out with me. You tried it with the particulars and universals. But yeah, it just makes a distinction between there's God's will, which is his ultimate plan, but he permits certain things, and he will, for example, free will. And so you want to make a distinction between those two wills. It's not really complicated.
Okay. Like I said, I offer to teach atheist Bible studies, Christian concepts at a more advanced level. If you're interested, I know you're not.
Is there any Christianity in any possible world where there's not violence?
Yes.
No. How many worlds are possible? How many worlds are there, Matt?
How many worlds are possible and how many there are is a different question.
Well, you think that there's only one world and there aren't any other possible worlds, right?
Oh my! You're just blowing chunks, dude. You don't even know.
That's not a rebuttal of any kind.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying you don't know what you're doing. Look, I'm trying to be nice, but look,
Christianity is inherently violent. Christianity is inherently violent.
Show me the verse in the Bible where it tells Christians to go out and murder and kill and rape and torture and behead people. Go ahead.
That wouldn't necessarily have to do that.
Look, I'm going to tell you something.
They're definitely told to. They're definitely told to kill. They're definitely told to kill.
You don't know Christianity teaches. You have no disrespect meant, but you have a very low level understanding of Christian thought and Christian philosophy.
In the Bible, are Christians ever prescribed to kill?
In the Bible, are Christians ever prescribed?
Yeah, it sounds like you have a very low information.
I'm trying to
read your
remember.
Bible.
I'm thinking through it. I can't recall any place where Christians are prescribed to kill. Okay.
Is that a joke?
Look, seriously.
Are you familiar with the Amalekites, Canaanites?
Do you understand the difference in Christianity in the Old Testament, New Testament, Old Covenant, New Covenant? Are you familiar at all?
They both fall under the umbrella of Christianity, so it wouldn't matter. And you said anywhere in the Bible, not in the Old Testament.
Okay.
So fail again.
Show me. Okay. You're just playing an ignorant fool at this point, and the Bible says don't answer a fool.
That's fine. It's no rebuttal at all.
Yeah, it is. It's a rebuttal because you're not listening. You're not learning. I can offer to teach you, but you don't want to know. You happen to talk to somebody who knows this stuff very well, been teaching it for decades, almost 50 years.
You
I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about, and I can tell you, you're not familiar with a lot of Christian concepts. And if you're willing to learn them, I'd be glad to have a Bible study with you.
Matt, just so I can follow, because I think what I hear what you're saying, you're saying that because the Old Testament as Christians are not under that, but as Christians are under the New Covenant. So it's not necessarily wrong God commanding violence because God's commanding it, but Christians aren't called to be violent. And then you're arguing that Islam is called to still be violent.
Islam is inherently violent.
Doesn't matter.
The scriptures specifically teach violence. Surah 9:5, Surah 9:29. I was on TV in towards the East Coast years ago with a guy raised in Islam who spoke Arabic and everything. We were doing a TV thing, going through and explaining stuff. And we had a break, and we were talking about Surah 9. Surah 9 is the second to last surah in the Quran. Chronologically, what that means by writing, not the numbers. They don't do it the way you'd think. The Surah 9 is second to last. Surah 114 is the last one written. The reason this is important is because of the principle in Islam called abrogation. That means whatever comes written later has precedence, takes control over, or abrogates anything previous. Nothing in Surah 114 abrogates or undoes Surah 9. If you read Surah 9 in verse 5 and verse 29, it says to fight the infidels. And when I was on that TV break with the guy, he leaned to me. His name is Osama Dakduk, believe it or not, Dakduk. And he said, in Arabic, the word kill, or word fight means to fight to kill. That's the purpose of it. And I said, really? He goes, that's what it means in Arabic. I said, okay. So I'm just saying, this is it. You can also go to the Hadith and you can learn how violent Islam has been. And it has been violent. But Christianity doesn't teach it. It doesn't teach that. See, we have, in Christianity, I tell people on the radio, we have the right of self-defense, but not the obligation of self-defense. But we have the obligation to defend others. So if one of you guys, a slimy atheist, and I were having an argument, someone came up behind one of you and hit you upside the head with a bat, and you're out, and the guy starts kicking you, I'm going to do what I can to stop him, because to defend the helpless, because that's what I'm obligated to do. And I would use violence to stop the perpetration of great harm. That's what I would do, because that's advocated in the Bible. But I'm not going to go out and seek to harm anybody. That's the Christian principles. The Old Testament covenant is abrogated by the death of Christ. Hebrews 9:15 through 16. Specifically, I'm telling you where and what. Okay, go ahead.
1 second.
Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
He said 1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry.
Tom Rabbit, you sound like the Bible guy on TikTok.
So then what? So I'm just trying to think through this. So we believe that God of. Sorry, somebody just dead stopped in the road. Thankfully, my wife is driving and not these idiots. And so the question for you, Matt, is: so we both agree that Jesus is the God of the Old Testament, and Jesus is giving Christians a very particular command, right? Versus.
Hold on. When you say Jesus is the God of the Old Testament, that's problematic. Okay.
Yes.
I can explain why it's problematic. Okay. Because God is a Trinity. Yeah, the Trinity is the God of the Old Testament. Whenever we see or experience recorded in the Bible of God appearing, it's the pre-incarnate Christ. And trust me, I can go through the scriptures. I do Bible studies on this. I have it memorized. They were seeing the pre-incarnate Christ, showing distinction in the Trinitarian being. So when we say he's the God of the Old Testament, no, because technically Jesus did not come into existence until 2,000 years ago. And what I mean by that is Jesus, by definition, has two natures, a divine nature and a human nature. We call this the hypostatic union. The union of the two natures occurred 2,000 years ago. That, by definition, is who Jesus is. Jesus did not exist in that form in the Old Testament. Okay?
Okay, so Jesus divine is the God of the Old Testament too.
No, that's like saying the Word is the God, because that's not what we teach as Christian Trinitarians. Okay, this is why it's necessary for you guys to know what we teach. I can tell you.
Well, I'm a Christian. I'm just trying because, I get the incarnation and the incarnate Christ, but when you make a distinction that there's something new or different about the incarnate Christ versus the Christ that was there in the Trinity with God, forever. Okay. I just don't understand how you can say, because God is the one who let's remove Jesus. The God that you and I believe in commanded the genocide and other things within the Old Testament, correct?
The Trinity being, yes. Can I ask what church you go to? It'll help me understand how to respond to you more accurately.
It's just a Protestant non-denominational.
Okay. The Trinity is one God in three distinct, simultaneous, co-eternal persons, one essence, divine simplicity. The triune nature of God is the one divine essence. We recognize the distinction between the persons by their relationship to one another. The Father sent the Son. The Father and Son sent the Holy Spirit. Only the Son became incarnate, etc. The Word, which was God and became flesh and dwelt among us, John 1:1 and verse 14. The Word is the one who was manifested in physical form in the Old Testament. So the person walking with Adam and Eve was a pre-incarnate Christ, not Jesus. The pre-incarnate Christ. It was a manifestation, not an incarnation. So by definition, Jesus is the union of the divine and human natures. That union had a beginning 2,000 years ago when the Word became flesh and dwelt among us, John 1:14. It's called the hypostatic union. The attributes of both natures are ascribed to the single person. This is called the communicatio idiomatum. So he has properties of the divine nature and the human nature. Jesus claimed both. He says, I am thirsty, human. I will be with you always, divine. The I is the person. The person has the attributes of both natures. That's who Jesus is. That person, the union of both properties, natures, did not exist in the Old Testament. Who was it in the Old Testament? The pre-incarnate Christ, or the Word. That's who it was. And I can get into the verses about that as well.
Yeah, I get how that, I definitely get how that functions and agree with you as to how you're laying that out.
Yeah.
But so, because I'm trying to lay this distinction, because you have the Muslims who you believe are committing violent actions and they have a violent religion. But when I read the Old Testament, Israel seems very violent towards those around them, and God commands like wiping out the Amalekites. So my question is, it seems like it's not that the Muslims are violent that you have issues with. It's just that they're not obeying God's command to not be violent.
There's no command in the Quran that's not been abrogated by Surah 9, which says, go kill, go destroy. So the issue of the Old Testament covenant contextually is a covenant is a pact or an agreement between two or more parties. The 10 Commandments are a covenant document, for example, 10 and 10, not 2 and 4, 4 and 6, and all this stuff. It's 10 and 10. I can get into that. So the Old Testament covenant was for the people of Israel. Jesus says he was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, Matthew 15:24. So the covenant requirement of God in the Old Testament, God generally speaking, was the Messiah would come only for Israel. Israel rejected the Messiah. We, the Gentiles, were then grafted in. Okay. So when God is in the Old Testament, think of this. Why the heck was he so mean in the Old Testament? Well, he really wasn't. Because he warned the Amalekites for like 200 years, the Canaanites for like 300 years. Don't do this, stop doing this. They wouldn't do it. He goes in and he wipes them out. One of the reasons he would wipe them out, they've been warned, but the other one is the ultimate significant reason, which most people forget. The enemy, Satan, is working through his people in this world, past, present, future, in the context of before Christ's incarnation, is working to prevent the messianic line from coming into existence, thereby destroying the promise of God that Israel would be the one where the Messiah would come through. So he tried to have Israel destroyed. So when Satan was working through the enemies and came down to destroy Israel, ultimately it's satanic work to destroy the messianic line, hence the Messiah, hence nobody could be saved. So God was extra tough in the Old Testament upon those people who ultimately were motivated by the evil one to do that which is the ultimate evil, denying the Messiah. Now that the Messiah is here, that strictness is no longer necessary because the atonement has occurred. Okay?
Yeah, so let's say the individual action of like killing people in the Old Testament. It's not that killing people is inherently wrong. It's just wrong when God isn't telling you to kill people.
No. Whatever God does is inherently right because he can do no sin. He can do no wrong. All people are under judgment because all people have sinned. And so therefore God can execute anybody according to their sin. He can do that. He has that right. Nobody has the right to say, hey, God, you can't do that. Well, then get your own God, your own universe, your own universal set of laws, and you can raise your objection. So God has the right to execute people and do with his creation as he desires. Ephesians 1:11. He chooses whom he wants to use. He raised up Pharaoh for the purpose of his own destruction. Romans 9. This is heavy theology. I teach it. Most Christians don't even know this heavy stuff. Are you there still?
I have to mute up again now. We can chat more later though.
Yeah, this is called biblical theology. And when people come on, like some atheists, and they think they understand it, I'm not talking down to them. I'm just saying they think they understand, but they don't. And so I've been defending, biblical theology since 1980. I'm almost 70 years old. And that doesn't mean I'm right. But I'll tell you, I know what the Bible teaches in these areas. I defended it thousands of times. And so the Old Testament was tough because it was the Old Covenant, but the New Covenant abrogates the Old Covenant as is clearly stated in Hebrews 8:13 and Hebrews 9:15 through 16. That's what it says. So we're not under obligation to hurt anybody. And we shouldn't, but we have the right to self-defense, but we do have the obligation to defend others. And so that's why we have the right to go in and defend ourselves against Iran. Okay? And once again, I'll say it. If any atheist is willing to have a Bible study where you can ask me questions and I can answer from the best of my knowledge and experience why this, why that, and what this is and what it isn't. I can tell you. If you don't want to do that, that's okay. I've offered it for years. No atheist ever takes me up on it. That's okay. Not a challenge like that. I'm just saying. I'm offering again, so you can know what we actually teach.
I had a question.
Sure.
So just recapping, do you think there's a contradiction in the atheist view?
Oh my gosh, Bella, Billy, shut up, please.
Yeah, we just gone through this already. I'm actually getting tired, and so I'm gonna go take a shower and watch sci-fi here pretty soon. But we had some really good discussions with some of the atheists, and I thought they were good, they were productive. But it's not just a definition; it's the entailment of what it means and how it's applied in the real world. That's the issue. Does it have explanatory ability? I say it doesn't. And if people say, well, the atheism is not a position that you can have for explanation, well, then it's an insufficient position to hold. It's just God doesn't exist. But you see, we behave based on what we believe, not what we don't believe. If you say, well, God doesn't, there's no God that exists, I don't include in my explanations, then you're saying that other things are the causes and the reasons for whatever. Because if you say there aren't any reasons for whatever, then you're just being irrational. And so I say, okay, well, what are the reasons for? But then they don't want to talk about those because that's when atheism is getting cross-examined. And that's a problem. You guys can cross-examine my Trinitarianism, and I can try and answer questions. And I will.
That's not true. Detroyer spent a while answering your questions about sort of causes and whether the universe had a cause or whether the universe has a reason or explanation or something.
Yeah.
It's been quite a while.
Yeah. I thought he was irrational.
Yeah, I know, but he never spelled out a contradiction in his view.
Don't make the mistake of thinking that every problem logically necessitates or boils down to simply a contradiction. You guys have made this mistake numerous times. What's the contradiction?
What's the problem in his view?
You can have entailments of varying logical inferences that don't necessitate just a second law of logic in the classical sense. So I'm just telling you, you can have other syllogisms, polysyllogisms, you can have a faulty premise in them, and then the expanded deduction doesn't work. And it's not an issue if it's an inherent contradiction in that narrow sense. So
well, what do you mean when you say
okay,
he's irrational?
I don't want to get into it. You're just starting it up again. All right. We've already gone through it. I just thought he was irrational, and no offense meant, but I just think he was being rational at that point. Okay.
How's it going? Are just you two having a conversation, or am I allowed to bring up at some point?
Yeah, ask.
Yep. Matt, can I ask you something?
Oh yeah, I wanna ask a question.
Sure.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. At the same time we asked, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, sure. So hey Matt, how's it going? Been years since I talked to you. I used to call into your show a lot when I was in high school. Now I'm 27, so around 10 years later.
Are you a Christian?
I was at the time, but I'm not anymore.
What are you now?
I would consider myself to be a philosophical theist.
A philosophical theist? Interesting.
What is that?
Yeah. It's somebody that gets atheism merely by philosophical reasoning to like a generic God.
Okay.
So I don't follow like a particular religion or anything like that. Yeah.
What's your question then?
Yeah. Well, my question is, so are you still like a tag enthusiast? I haven't really kept up with you recently.
Yeah, I haven't used it for a while. So, but yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm just wondering, how is exactly do we get to, I guess, the Christian God is the precondition for reasoning as opposed to, I guess, my kind of God. Maybe that's, why can't we just get to like a generic God as a precondition for reasoning?
All right. So if we say there's a God who's a necessary precondition, you're saying theism. Okay. Now we get into the nature of that God. You familiar with the problem called the problem of the one and the many?
excuse me, just a second. The problem with the one and the many, yeah, is this like the unity diversity kind of thing?
Yes, and we asked the question, what is the ultimate nature of reality? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So from your perspective, I would assume that you would say the nature of the reality is either one thing or many things, right?
Yeah.
If everything is one thing, then then differentiation collapses. There's no diversity, no individual objects, no real categories of things. They're just illusory because everything is of one substance. Okay, monism. All right.
Okay.
Without differentiation or distinctions between objects, categories, we can't have truth values. So the idea of everything being one simple substance ultimately undermines rationality, like being generic, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. The other option is everything is diverse, that there are many different kinds of things and different kinds of objects. Well, if that's the case, then we don't have unity between them. And then we have a disparate set of categories, I'll just use that generically, in which there's no cross-pollinating unity between them all. And then without that, we can't have it also undermines truth values. All right?
Right.
All right. So, so basically, for example, Islam falls into absolute unity. And so Islam ultimately provides no precondition for the problem of no solution of the one and the many. Mormonism, for example, has many gods, so it relies on plurality. But then you have, I won't get into it. There's lots of, I get into it. It's a lot of fun talking about Mormonism. It's so whacked. But anyway, the Trinity, however, is different because instead of saying one or many, it is one and many. Because God is one being and many, he's three persons. So what we Christian theologians would say in this instance is, though I don't have every bug worked out, is that the Trinitarian presupposition then provides the solution to the problem of the one and the many, and it equates the nature of God as the ultimate condition of which those exist. His nature is one and many, and in him we can then obtain unity and diversity. We can define categories, but also see how they're unified, and we can have rational thought. That's it's hard to describe, but
basically in a nutshell, right?
Yeah, in a nutshell.
But I guess my issue is there's a lot of things that stem from that belief because, I as a philosophical theist, granting that that there does need to be like some combination of unity and diversity in order to make sense of anything, or for reality to be a coherent type of, I guess, structure at all. Maybe there needs to be some type of God that is characterized by both unity and diversity, right? But to then go from that to virgin births, miracles, stuff that defy the, I guess you could say, the paradigm of how we observe things to typically work, right? That to me seems to be kind of a leap that we can't really get to by unity and diversity alone.
I don't see why the issue of the one and the many necessitates a problem with, for example, the virgin birth.
Well, so if you can have is it like logically possible to have a reality that necessitates unity and diversity? There are no virgin births that are required, right? But it's also logically possible that you could have a reality in which virgin births are a thing, right? Like those are two, I guess, things that make up a dichotomy that don't offer any contradictory options.
Okay.
Right? I feel like they're both something that can be conceived of.
Well, if you're a philosophical theist, you're holding to the view in theism that God can intersect in the world, work in the world.
What? Sorry, I'm getting a connection. If I'm a philosophical theist, what?
Theism is the position that God exists and is involved in the world.
Yeah.
So now, if I were to offend you, say I come over your house and insult you, whatever it is, and I slam the door on the way out, and then I realized later, man, I was a complete moron. And then I go back to your house and I say, whatever name, I say, dude, look, I'm sorry, I insulted you. I just, forgive me, I messed up. Okay. And you're cool, and you go, okay, it's all good. All right. So if I'm going to offend you, well, then you're the one who takes care of that problem. I mean, I take care of by confessing, but you're the one you're involved too. You go, okay, you're forgiven. So I can't walk up to a wall. I insulted whatever your name is. What's your name?
Just call me table tennis.
Okay, table. All right. Oh, I want to call you. Oh, I'm not going to say it because
TT.
Call it TT. Yeah, a little bit different, but yeah. I'll call you table tennis. Okay.
Yeah.
So I can't go up to a wall and say I invented table tennis. You forgive me. Not just it's non sequitur. All right.
Right.
So when we sin against God. He's going to take care of it. But there's a problem. It's like if I were to break your lamp in your house, and then I say, dude, I'm sorry. And, in real life, I'll replace it in real life. But in the issue of forgiveness, just as the illustration goes, if you forgive me for breaking it, there's no obligation I have then to replace it legally, monetarily. I mean, ethically, yeah, but there's no obligation. So in true forgiveness, you're the greatest forgiver there is, I know. And you say, look, man, you broke my lamp. Don't worry about it. It's all good. In true forgiveness, you're the one who pays for it. In true forgiveness, in this illustration. Well, when we sin against God, there's an offense. He's going to forgive us. And he does it by the virgin birth. Because he becomes one of us. The virgin birth is the means by which we can then say, well, this guy named Jesus, he's not just a guy. He claimed to be God and a guy. It's hard to justify that without the virgin birth.
But I think there's a disconnect here because Matt is on record as saying that the tag argument doesn't get you to Christianity.
Yeah, the tag argument itself doesn't get you to Christianity. You need to go a step further than that. And then I could include in the tag argument the necessity, but the one and the many issues. And then I can get into the issues of the internal nature of the Trinity as well. So sometimes, depending on how deeply I'm thinking on it, I'll say it does or it doesn't, depending which direction I want to go. But anyway, to table tennis, this is why in Christian theology, the virgin birth, it makes sense. Because if God's going to be the one who forgives us, he's the one who takes care of us, he has to come into our world, and the wages of sin is death. He dies. He takes care of what we couldn't. Okay?
Yeah. No, I understand that. I mean, it's a coherent, I guess, proposition or I guess concept, right? But the problem I have is that Christianity being the thing that you accept as, or I guess the Christian God you accept as being the precondition for reasoning in the first place is, I guess, is the thing I have an issue with, right? You say the tag argument doesn't really get you there. You have to, you get there from some other means, and that's fine. But just what means would you use to actually get to the Christian God specifically, as opposed to just some, I guess, metaphysical type of preconditioning for reasoning itself that's not Jesus, right? Like, how do you get to Jesus?
All right. If we were to do this, where I said the tag argument proves the Trinitarian God exists, Jesus is God in flesh. Let's say I said that. Well, what do I mean by that? I would then say, as a Trinitarian, the Christian Trinitarian God's a precondition for intelligibility. And I'd say the transcendental necessities of the laws of logic, universals, whatever it is, particular manifestations, is I would say, is only exemplified properly and rationally by presupposing the existence of the Trinity. And in part with that, for example, the laws of logic, law of identity, law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle, these are universals that have particular manifestations. Now we're talking about universals and particulars, which gets back into the nature of the one and the many. The Trinity, then we can plug the holes and say the Trinity plugs those holes, and we can answer it with that. I'm skipping a lot of steps, just giving you the 30,000 foot view. Okay.
Right. Okay. So would you say, like in a nutshell, it only makes sense to render anything intelligible if we presuppose a Christian God, because the Christian God is the only thing that can fill the void of I guess our reasoning and anything that can be reasoned to, or something like that?
Yes, that's my assertion.
Right.
Now, if someone
Sure.
Are we
Sure.
just starting over? Didn't he say
someone
he
may,
had to go? Fuck are we doing?
And
someone
I have a
may,
question too. I thought he was going to only be a few minutes. But...
yeah, but I was just thanking the Lord that I gave the gospel that's in this room, and that by this table tennis that He, by God's grace, enabled me to give the gospel message, and I was just rejoicing, and it's why I stayed.
Nice. So, Matt, I just want to touch on like the no cause thing, because I mean, like, I was got muted, so I couldn't say anything before. But
Shut up, Mobius.
Yeah, whatever. When it comes to the no cause, you're assuming that if something exists, it must have a cause. Like let's just say the infinite regression is not a thing in the universe. It just came to exist as somewhere, and you're assuming that it's either itself causing or it has a cause. But like the cause thing, you just think it needs to be there. Things come to exist out of nothing all the time. There's things called virtual particles that come to exist all the time as you think.
Someone's got a hot mic, and it's I think it's table tennis.
It's table. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Say that again. Sorry.
Yeah, things coming to exist without a cause happens all the time when it comes to virtual particles and other things. So you can't say just because something comes to exist that just out of nothing needs a cause or needs some sort of self cause. The word cause is just like not necessary. And if you know about quantum physics, all things, even electrons, like when they switch energy levels, they literally disappear and come into existence out of nothing, out of the pure randomness. Things coming out of nothing is inherent in our whole universe, out of all particles. It happens all the time, including the beginning of the universe. So you can't just say it needs some sort of cause. So I just want to know if, like, it's not some like, I don't know why you just think maybe the Bible says or whatever for your own reasoning. Yeah, things don't need a cause. What are your thoughts on that? You said it's incoherent.
I would
right?
say you're not. I would say you don't understand quantum physics. Fundamental.
Okay. Fine.
Well,
no.
I would say that because I've read
Bloody
books on
mute
quantum
Mobius
physics,
again.
doesn't mean I understood it. But the idea of saying that virtual particles simply appear in they appear and disappear for no reason means that you're adopting irrationality. What quantum physics does is it deals with the issue on the quantum level, the super, super, super small, and that these particles emerge from what basically is called a quantum vacuum. But that's not nothing. If you don't know what that is, logically, I'm just saying, if you don't know exactly what that is, you can't say it comes for no reason. You can say we don't know what the reason is, but you can't say there is no reason. Okay.
Well, I mean, when it comes to like these particles coming into existence, they have a certain probability. They don't have an existence before coming into existence.
You don't know that.
Okay, well, fine. Okay, so
but
right, but like, what's your assertion that things must have a cause? It's like, why?
Because it's stupid if something.
No, we can't just say it's stupid.
Let me explain.
Okay.
It's stupid to say something comes into existence for no reason.
No, but you can't prove that statement. Prove that statement. You're assuming this causal thing when you have to prove like the thing that, like the cause and effect thing. You have to prove that.
Let me say this again. Are you going to tell me that things happen for no reason?
Things can happen for no reason.
If things can happen for no reason, then how can you trust anything in the universe as being actual?
You could have actual things that come into existence for no reason and it's still actual.
How do you know I'm not popping in and out of reality right now and your TV in the other room is or isn't doing it? How do you know?
Well, I don't know anything. I don't know if you're, just AI or something, or this whole like my laptop is part of my imagination. The voice coming out is part of my imagination. I don't know anything like that. Right?
The idea that there's no reason for events is just irrational.
I mean,
it's like the definition of irrational.
Okay.
No.
But if things, even if things did need a reason, there's no way that a Christian God would be that reason. You're just putting that in there. Okay. And a big thing, obviously, you do run the tag argument, right? To say, you have, and as far as what I think the tag is, universality, logic, and morality, like these have to come from something and not just there, right?
Look,
Right.
Facts,
No, but
everything exists in a context.
right.
So facts are not independent of other facts. I'm sitting in a chair right now.
Right.
I have a headset
Okay.
on. So there's two facts, but they're not independent of each other in our conversation. Facts are not eternally independent of other facts and context.
Oh, okay, but how about all facts together just being there independently? The totality of all
It doesn't
existence
make
of facts.
you can't have facts all be there independently, because then that means they're not related to one another. Then you destroy coherence.
No, you can't just say that. I mean, things could be internally consistent as one thing. Like all reality can be internally consistent and relate to each other inside the components of that said reality. But apparently, like you just like back you were stuck on the atheism thing, right? And obviously that you're trying to say that atheism, like without that, you can't have a coherent view of where reality came from. And that's fine, But I think that you could. You don't have to inject this God thing to say to cause the reality. Reality is just there, okay? And the way you look at it is that okay, the big part of reality is logic and universality. Okay, but with that, if that is what a big part of reality is, and it is, you could have that without a God. God did not. It does not necessitate the God giving you logic and therefore knowledge, and then universality, and therefore all the consistency of laws of physics and stuff. You don't need this. Like, what makes you think that God needs that? Needs to instantiate that?
You're way too far down the road. You've stumbled at the starting line, and you don't even realize you bloodied your nose. You got to get up and you got to brush yourself up. To say that facts are not related to each other is impossible.
No, I never said facts aren't related. I'm saying the totality of all facts can internally relate, but the totality of it itself.
All facts are interrelated.
Yeah, they're interrelated, sure.
Okay. So good. I'm glad you said that. Now you can pick yourself up. Ready, set, go. Boom. I just shot the start gun. Go ahead.
Okay, so the fact that they're interrelated it does not imply that they need to be, this whole reality needs to come from some sort of God. Like it could be, it could be just there, infinitely or just popping out of existence. But this whole thing, and especially universality, which we can talk about in 1 second.
Hold on. You're making a lot of statements, and you're not letting me cross-examine these statements. Okay, you're just making statements, and I'm not trying to be rude, but you're just going, well, nothing like that. You make a statement, and then you don't examine it. I can't examine it. You just going to make another statement. You build all this stuff, and you say, see? Well, you haven't done anything. You just stumbled at the starting line again.
No, I'm just saying
that you got to untie your shoelaces.
Okay, imagine stuff. Okay, that's just there. This whole why is there something rather than nothing question. This is a really big philosophical question. That right there, that's something from that question. Okay, this something. Okay, why is it there? You have to prove that. I mean, it could just be there, not from a God, just there, right? And that thing could have internal consistencies, internal things relating to each other. Okay, internal components relating to each other. That's fine. You can't say that something has to come from a God and not just there, because the question begs, okay, where does God come from? Because all of a sudden, the question of where does the thing come from, it gets transferred to God, but you theists are like, no, that's just always there. But we can't say the something is always there, right?
Okay. First of all, we say all things that came into existence have a cause. Okay.
Okay. So then. Right. So you could have a reality where that hasn't come into existence, infinite regression, like you said is possible.
Infinite regression of causes is logically problematic because it means an infinite set of events has occurred to get to now, which means an infinite number of events has occurred and been traversed by time, so to speak, to get to now. But that's logically impossible. You can't traverse an infinite set.
Right. That's exactly what I use for God. If there's an infinite God, he'll never get to a point where he can get to a point of creation because he has to wait an infinite amount of time to get to the creation point.
Unless what he did was he, in his mind, had decided eternally from forever ago to create at a certain point in relation to his own existence, not external existence. If you're talking about created something related external to him, and that's not the Christian worldview. The Christian worldview is that God is internal and that nothing existed until he decided it to exist, whatever existence is, and therefore it's not related to existence. So that's not the Christian worldview you're attacking at that point.
Oh, he's not related to existence. He made existence.
No, you didn't hear. You didn't hear what I said. You speak about him deciding something. Deciding something, the implication and meaning is that infinite time goes back. You're applying an external to him. That's not the Christian worldview. The Christian worldview is that he is self-sufficient in of himself, and that nothing else existed except for him. And then he decided in himself to perform an action whenever he decided, for whatever reason he decided, and he brought the universe into existence. That's all.
But,
Okay.
this temporality going backwards is external to him. You think I meant that?
No, I just said, man, dude, I just said the opposite of that.
You just said that.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Going backwards is external.
Okay. Maybe I wasn't clear. Let me try it again. God himself, before anything existence, was the only thing that exists. You can't say time does or does not exist because it relates basically to the physical world external to him. I'm not going to say there was no relationship of God to time or time to God. I don't know what that would mean. I don't know how to even talk about that. But I can say that if events occur in the mind of God, that suggests a sequence of events which suggests the idea of time. Then time would be a property of God's essence and nature, and what we experience in the physical world is simply a manifestation of the nature of God extended out into reality. Not that it's a pantheism kind of a view. But then we could say then that God, who is independent of all things, because there's nothing to be dependent upon, this is called his aseity. He then decided to act in relation to his own being, and that is the beginning of what we reference as time. So when you say time itself goes back, you're now in two different categories: the category of time related to existence and the category of time not related to existence. But you can't cross-pollinate those because, well, they're different categories. They don't relate the way you're trying to relate them with the same idea of time across both of them. I hope
Okay,
that
yeah, and
makes sense.
you can do that. Relate time across both of them, because you
Can
just
you get
said
to a different question?
deciding, like decide to create is a temporal idea that would relate to the same way that you have his existence that are external to him. Apparently, that time there is related to his internal existence as well. It's still the same type of time. The way you're talking about like things that he does and decides. So if he has temporality, and that temporality implies some infiniteness, then he's still waiting a whole much infinite amount of time to create.
The Trinitarian God has made eternal decisions. He deliberates within his own nature and his essence. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit relationship. Now, this is advanced Christian theology a lot of people aren't aware of.
What does that mean
God
to make a decision? Isn't that temporal?
Okay. Oh, you had the opportunity there. You missed it. Okay.
Well, okay, go. Just carry on. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
The Christian Trinity is one being who exists as one divinely simple essence. The single divine simple essence of God is triune in nature. If you were to take a segment of God, which is logically impossible, but just for illustration, you take that out of him, which is impossible, that segment is still by nature triune. It doesn't make sense to take a segment out. I'm just trying to illustrate. What God is in his totality is this divinely simple triune essence.
Right.
The reason we're aware of this is because of his self-revelation in nature and as well in the person of Christ and in Scripture. So we recognize the distinction in the Trinitarian being by the relationship of the persons. The persons exist in what's called a perichoretic relationship. Perichoresis is the mutual indwelling of the persons within themselves. Jesus says, I am in the Father's in me. He's talking about this perichoretic relationship, and yet there's also a distinguishing between them because he says, not my will, but your will be done. We recognize the distinguishing characteristic of the Trinitarian being by their relationship to one another. Yet God has only one mind. And yet what we can understand is the persons are differentiated in the relationship to with that one mind in space-time. This is what the Trinity is. This is how it works. Okay.
Okay. So, I mean, this differentiation between the three, like the Trinity itself, and like differentiation between the three, that in itself has problems because you can't just be three differentiated things and then one thing all at once. And it seems like you're trying to say that space time is related to one of them, where like through Jesus, like once Jesus like was a person or whatever, then you have creation there, and then you have time there or something.
No, it's not. You're on the wrong track. The analogy is time, for example, is past, present, and future. Time consistent of the being the totality by analogy of these three aspects. but we recognize those aspects by their relationship to one another. That's all. They're still there. So that's all the Trinity is, okay? But why don't you ask a question related to something so we can move on, and then I'm going to go in like 5 or 10 minutes, okay? Because I want to take a shower and go watch sci-fi. I'm watching a good series on sci-fi.
What series?
I'm watching For All Mankind. It's an alternative reality, contemporary time where the Russians landed on the moon first, and they're going to Mars. And it's interesting.
It's a very good TV show. Yes.
The first 5 episodes were boring, and then all of a sudden I'm like, "Ooh, that's good." So now I'm hooked.
But it's like kind of like the Men in the High Castle, where they had a total history of World War II. If the Nazis,
right.
I have a genuine question for you, Matt. If you're open to them, open to one right now.
Sure.
You said that it's illogical to essentially look through an infinite set of reality, right? All causations, all events that lead from causation infinitely into oblivion, right? Why can you not measure a set within infinity? There is such thing as a countable infinity, no?
There's a measurable set within an infinity. As you mean a potential infinite?
I'm asking, can you measure a set within an infinity?
Yes, you can. If you have an infinitely long set of dominoes left and right before us on an infinitely flat plane, it was in every direction, we can sit there and measure how many are in between a certain distance. Yeah.
Okay. So then why'd you use it as a rebuttal against Mobius? Because Mobius Mobius was just rambling about the differences of how, like, the question of how did the Big Bang or what before it came to be, etc., the nature of the universe. He was just rambling it there, but he ended up landing on an infinite recession. And so when I ask you about the infinite recession and why you use that rebuttal specifically, I was just curious as to why you used it when you answer to this now.
I don't understand what the issue is. What did I say?
Regression. Sorry, not recession. Regression.
Yeah, an infinite regression of causes is impossible because, is that what you're saying? I'm saying.
Yeah, when you said we could, like you said, it was logically problematic and logically, I believe, fallacious, akin to what you said.
Yes, it's logically problematic. So there's different kinds of infinities. There's actual and potential. So, for example, well, we get into Planck's time and distance. I won't get into that. It's not a good illustration.
There's also large and small.
Yeah. So the illustration I use is
countable versus uncountable infinities. Yes.
The illustration I use is you and I are standing on an infinitely flat, wide, in every direction, flat surface. In my mind, it happens to be white. I don't know why it's white, but anyway. And there's an infinitely long line of dominoes, just a couple of meters in front of us. And it's infinitely long and left and right. Left represents past time. Right represents the future. Now behind us is an infinitely fast spaceship. Okay. Just happened to be there, and it makes good hamburgers too. It's a nice feature of this one. So we're sitting in our lounge chairs having I like a beer every now and then, and a shot of tequila. We're smoking cigars and talking smack about Jack Angstreich. Okay. And we're sitting there just talking and having a good time, and all of a sudden we hear a sound. And we notice from our left the dominoes are falling, and they pass us up and they go off into the future. Okay. Hey, wait a minute. Where did that start? Because that line is infinitely long. Let's go find out where we get in our infinitely fast spaceship and head back in time.
Okay.
But there is no solution. There is no beginning. There is no end. The end, the beginning, which is the end in the reverse. There is none.
Okay.
Even if we have a problem, it's logistically, it just falls apart.
That doesn't follow, though.
What doesn't
So
follow?
you constructed a hypothetical in which you have a set of dominoes. You could quite literally just count the distance between each domino in both directions from where you sit currently. That can become your set in either direction. As long as they're equal. That becomes a countable infinity. The difference between the reason why I bring up infinity, countable versus uncountable. If I go ahead and try to measure all of the different numbers between 0 and 1, I can never actually count them all because there's always going to be an infinitely down set of 0 and 1.
Right.
But if I count across just 0, 1, 2, 3 whole numbers, I have a systematic logical step of specific distance between
I agree with all
each
that.
number, and I can count that infinity. And so when I sit here and ask you the difference of what is logically problematic, fallacious, with a countable set of infinity, when we talk about time, and by the way, we can use Planck time as a reference, a frame, if you will, to go ahead and talk about a countable domino within the set of
Planck time?
the infinite regression.
Come on,
what is problematic about this?
10 to the negative 40th is Planck time, and beyond it, physicists
this
say
is a non sequitur.
It makes no sense beyond it.
This is a non sequitur.
Now we like physics.
I've always loved physics, guys. I love science. Guys, you have no idea. Oh, I love science. You guys have no idea. No,
non sequitur.
No, I took
Thank
the
you
most
for tapping
advanced.
out, Matt. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not tapping out. I don't know what you're saying. I'm just saying you're confused. I'm going to say this. You're confused, apparently, on what's called a potential versus an actual infinite. If we're sitting here looking at
I'm not talking about
dominoes,
potential or actual infinites, by the way. I'm talking about countable versus uncountable infinites in the way and measure we go to talk about our infinite, if we want to call it infinite, is Planck time and Planck scales. Our domino is a reference frame of Planck time. And so when I talk about this, hey, we have a countable infinity, what could be a countable infinity. Why do you deny this as a good answer to an infinite regression? And you gave me a non sequitur, and you keep giving me non sequiturs, and so I assume you're just tapping out at this point.
I don't even understand what you're getting at this point. So what is Planck time? Can you tell me what it is? 10 to the what?
Minus 43 or something.
What is it?
Can you repeat again?
What's the Planck time? 10. What is it? 10 to the what? Come on.
Planck time?
Yeah.
It's a specific period of time during the Big Bang.
What's the 10 to the?
Happened.
10 is the minus 43 seconds.
No,
yes,
it's not.
It is.
It's more than that. It's smaller than that.
No, it's 40 something.
What is it, Matt? What is it, Matt?
Let's do
the reverse get call. Let's do it.
No, I'm just saying if you know. I'm just saying. But look, and so I'm just trying to understand. I don't even know what you're talking about now because I'm not following what you're saying. So you're saying that you can count an infinite number of events?
You can count a set within an infinity. Yes.
I don't have any problem with that. I have no problem.
Why are you using that?
You said that, and I said, yes, you can count a set within an infinite set.
You can't do that.
No, you explicitly gave a white room in a hallway with infinite dominoes and says, how do you actually count the dominoes? That was the actual hypothetical you gave me.
No.
And then you explicitly said
dominoes
it makes no logical
there's a
sense.
clause for the domino, Shalix.
Dude, you're not listening. That's not what I was saying.
For the dominoes. There has to be a guy who tipped it over.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you don't need that. Okay. You're assuming that there's no infinite regression thing, and to me, at least to me, infinite regression is coherent. Things can happen forever, especially because God can be forever. I mean, why can't the laws of physics of the universe or whatever? Let's say before the Big Bang, there's a thing go back forever, or even not where time happens at the Big Bang. It just literally there's nothing and there was time. So that doesn't require anything. That just it's something popping into existence. And when it comes to the infinity between 0 and 1, that is a non-countable infinity because you'll. I think Shalix was saying as you go zoom down further, you'll always have room to zoom down. Once you find a point between and 2 points, you can always go further and further and further. But there's always a gap. There'll never be not a gap, which is why it's incomplete. It's uncountable.
The reason why you can't count, yes, I gave two distinctions. I'm not talking about potential versus actual. I'm not even talking about that. There could be potential energy before the Big Bang. I don't know for certain. I'm not going to pontificate on that. I'm explicitly saying that, hey, what is logically bad? What is logically inconsistent with a countable infinity of time? However you want to set that as an actual unit of measure. There's multiple different measurements of time, but I'm explicitly using relativity as a measure of time with reference frames and Planck time.
There's no countable infinity, by the way. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I don't know why
Yes, there is such thing as a countable infinity.
No, I mean, like, not in the conventional. I mean, like, the common sense things. If you go backward in time, you go forever. You can count forever. It's countable, but you go on forever as you're counting. Like,
Yeah, it's
you're saying there's like a
You
maximum
can create
number. Is there a
boundaries.
biggest
I don't
number? No.
care. You can use the Hartle-Harking argument for a null boundary. I don't
Yeah.
care. The
No,
thing
I mean, I
is
did it
that
before.
you
Yeah,
can
time
create
existed.
boundaries to which measure your infinity.
Yeah, I mean, with the Hartle-Hawking boundary, obviously that the time starts there. But when you start saying a countable infinity, you can just go on forever. If you said that is countable.
Thank you very much, Mobius.
I know, but I'm
You're
saying that
destroying the
it
conversation.
doesn't mean there's no end point. There's no maximum number. You go on forever, but it's still countable. You're implying that you just stop somewhere or something. Or, is that what you're saying? That uncountable means that you could just stop somewhere?
Look, you're talking about a dense set between number 1 and 2. And I get that. But what we're talking about, if you're going to have an infinite set of numbers, you can't count an infinite number. That could be a definition. You can't.
Yeah.
But you can count a subset within it. No problem. We already agreed with that. I don't understand what you're raising, what the issue is.
Oh, and by the way, with the infinity,
I just found it funny that you, hey, listen, if you want to do this thing where you agree after the fact, sure. Thank you. An infinite regression is just fine.
Okay,
I don't understand. You think it's funny. You're not making any sense to me whatsoever.
You did the same thing with Destroyer. You did the same thing with Tom.
Look,
you go
what
ahead
is
and
the
hold a
thing?
position, and then after
What is-
getting shown that, hey, it may not be the totally logical position to hold, like with atheism as a worldview for you, when it was really just a starting axiom. Right?
I see. I see.
But
Okay,
you have this
so I
pattern
get
that
it.
looks to be
Okay.
where you'll just hold a position, get shoved off that position, and be like, yeah, I held your position.
Why are we
wrong.
doing the meta,
That's a
and why
very
are we
weird
talking
thing
about
to do.
infinite set?
So what in other words, what happened is you listened to different categories of discussion and took out nuances between them, tried to find a commonality, and then develop an umbrella theory to encompass all of it and say, this is why I'm wrong. But what you're forgetting to do in that is remember the context of each thing and the conversation we have and the nuances of them. I try and be particular, as I've tried to do before, say, what do you exactly mean by this? When I say to the atheist, what's your particular position? I have to ask infinitum, what do you believe? And then they don't want to do that because they don't want their position cross-examined. They want to do generics. Atheism is generic. Okay, let's work generically. Then let's work at this.
Right.
So I'm conceding. Okay, let's look at your position. Oh, so you concede, right, Matt? No, I'm trying to work with you because you're not conceding anything because you're operating in the gray area, the penumbra of truth, and you're not saying anything that's we can grasp because that's what atheists want to do, in my opinion. They don't want to be cross-examined because they want to hold on to their denial of God. They want to rest solidly in the gray areas of ignorance, and they don't want to affirm him. They don't want to believe in him because they want to be their own gods. This is what I believe. But the practicality of it is to do exactly what happens, and they ask infinitum, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? And I have to know every subset of every kind of philosophical argument of all kinds of atheists and all kinds of positions in order to dialogue with everybody. And when I say to you guys, I can't do that, what's your particular view? They don't want that. They don't want to be cross-examined. And so what I'm saying is that when we're talking about actual infinite, potential infinite, I'm trying to understand what it is you're getting at. And what really burns me sometimes is I go, oh, now I see what you're saying by that. Let me rephrase it this way. So I rephrase it because now I'm understanding. Oh, now you concede. No, that's not it. It's because the clarification is now obtained, and now I understand what you're saying, and just clarifying. And you guys come along in your arrogance, in my opinion. I'm just saying this because you say, "Oh, masculine conceit." No, it's not what's happening. You don't understand. I'm asking very specific particulars, and very often I talk with atheists, and I don't get very good definitions of things or justification for their definitions or categorizations or whatever. I think a lot of the arguments are just simply ridiculous, as they think that of
Matt, you're
me.
being meta. Like you're being better for the past 10 minutes. Okay, let's go backwards. When talking about infinite, okay.
Wait, no. Can I just say one
no,
thing really
I'm
quickly?
gonna
I'm gonna go get cleaned up, go watch TV.
Okay, but Matt,
look,
when you go backwards in infinite way, okay, there's nothing wrong with this. There's nothing incoherent with going backwards infinitely. Because the idea of infiniteness is inherent in the idea of God. You're just stopping at the God creation point and then going backwards or where infinite wise with the God.
This is terrible.
You're
I know it
from
is.
infinity to
There's nothing wrong with going
let
back.
Let him go watch
infinitely.
TV, guys.
There's nothing
You should
wrong.
go let him watch TV. This is why I can get
There's nothing wrong with going back infinitely. What kind of statement is that?
Can I just say one thing before you go?
What is this?
Just one thing.
Well, hold on.
Just one thing, and then the other guy will talk. I'm just saying that when you go backward in time and saying that God is with the stopping point, you're transferring that infinity to a God who's in itself has a form of infinity. So you're trading one infinity for another. So it's not really stopping the infinity. It's still there.
Mobius, let it go.
Hey, guess what? I've never heard that argument before. No one's ever brought that argument up before. Oh my goodness, what am I going to do? Come on, buddy. I think I haven't thought of that. Do you think this hasn't been discussed?
It's still
Matt's like, don't worry about the other atheists in here, okay?
This is ridiculous. Come on,
Matt's like, I'll deal with them, okay? You can go ahead and watch your TV.
Yeah.
Look,
and
Matt,
yeah, we have had these discussions before, and you're assuming things that aren't true. Just come on, just ask questions instead of assuming certain value. Okay,
Look,
we can get into infinite, absolute potential. We can get into transfinite infinite. We can get all kinds of stuff. Come on, you know.
Look, Matt, the problem, just really quickly, the problem with what you said earlier, right? When you said, oh, and then I asked an atheist about what their particular view, and then they don't want to get into it. The reason is because you're saying, right, you made the claim that atheism is incoherent in that it entails a contradiction, entails P and not P, right? And so it's like if you say you're the best boxer in the world and nobody can beat me, and I say, I don't, like, why think that that's true? And you say, okay, well, fight me then. Well, let's fight, I'll beat you. It's like, you might beat me, but that doesn't mean that you're the best boxer in the world.
I understand that.
You have to show, so you have to show that all atheist views are incoherent to say that atheism is incoherent. You have to show...
If all atheist views are such that God is not used in explanatory phenomena, then we have to have something to put in place of it to explain things. Because if you say we don't have to have an explanation in our atheism, you're just walking into absurdity and saying, I don't have to talk to you. I don't have to explain anything. And I don't accept that. If you're going to say God doesn't account for things, then what does account? If you say nothing, you're just being irrational. So I ask atheists, what then, your particular view, is it that accounts for actuality? What is it?
Yeah, but that's the problem, right? You shouldn't...
It's not, the problem is you guys.
You shouldn't ask... No, you shouldn't have to ask questions, right? You should just deliver the argument.
I shouldn't?
That atheism is incoherent.
What's the argument that I shouldn't ask questions?
You need to give the argument that atheism is incoherent. That no matter what answer to these questions that you ask.
What's the argument that I shouldn't ask questions? What's the argument?
Look, Matt, if you're just going to troll, you can go watch TV. But
if it gets too tough for you and you want me to go, I understand. You just made a statement that I shouldn't be asking any questions. So I'm asking, what's the argument that you're going to say, justify that I shouldn't be asking any questions for clarification? What's the argument for that?
Yeah. Well, you can ask clarification questions, but the idea is that if you're saying,
so you retract it.
Okay. If I overtalked you as much as you overtalked me just then, I would be muted. Like you muted me many times before. But anyway, look, the point is this, right? If you say that atheism is incoherent, as you've said many times in this room right now, you should be able to deliver the argument that atheism is incoherent, not interrogate a particular atheist about their view. That's irrelevant.
No, it's not. How many subsets of atheism are there? Do you know?
Probably an infinite. Wow.
An infinite. Okay. Am I required to have the knowledge to be able to formulate sentences that deals with an infinite number of variables?
Yeah, if you want to say that atheism is incoherent, then yes, that's what you have to do.
The thing. So I have to. So then you're saying then I have to know an infinite number of things.
No.
Look,
you just said there's an infinite number. Hold on. Let the
you
other.
just have to know why one property that's
dogpile.
true of all these views is
If you know he's in trouble and you have to jump in to help, that only means you're not helping him. So if I had to know an infinite number of sets, of possibilities in that, in order to refute, that's what you're saying. There's an infinite number. Do I have to know them? Because
No.
I say to you guys, look, what's your particular view? Because if I say to you, if you're an atheist, okay, what kind of atheism do you hold to? If you just say atheism, I don't believe in God. Okay, is that all that it is? If that's all it is, then I don't care to talk to you. So what? You're just saying you have an opinion? Hold on. You just say, well, I don't believe there's a God. Okay, now what do you want to talk about? The weather? Here in Idaho, it's really beautiful today. It's really nice.
Yeah, but it's your claim that this property,
hold on,
which is a
let me
worldview,
interrupt you. Come on. If you're going to make these statements and you don't want interaction about your worldview, you don't want it. All you want is for me to be made to look bad by your questioning so you can justify your atheism, means that you're behaving based on what you believe. You believe there is no God. Why do you believe there is no God? Don't just say atheism is a position that there is no God. Well, why do you believe it's true? You can't justify this except for subjective experiences. And whenever I ask you guys, give me some rational reasons, let's see your particular view, that's when you guys try and bunt and still make a home run at the same time. You can't do that. We've already went over the statement. We already went over the statement. We already went over the statement that the statement atheism is the position there is no God. There's nothing inherently contradictory inside of that statement. We went with that proposition. So then, from there, we say that, but just because we say grass is green doesn't mean that there's a logical contradiction in it. It's just a statement. You guys are holding to a position, and I'm asking you to defend why you hold the position. None of you want to do that. None of you want to do that. What you want to do is hide behind philosophical, abstract ideas of just this little sentence that you can't defend your own position. This is why I have to say to you guys, what particular view of atheism do you hold?
That's just you abdicating your job. Look, you made the claim that atheism is impossible, right?
Why
so, like,
I say when I talk to an atheist, I have to know what that particular atheist is, so I can talk about the particular.
All you
one.
have to know is that God doesn't exist in your view.
I'm not obligated. Look, if you guys say God doesn't exist, that's your problem. That's yours.
Look,
you guys are the ones who want to defend it.
Dude. Just take a chill pill, man. Look, it's your claim that atheism is impossible, right? So
atheism is impossible because you cannot explain anything. It's stupid.
Okay, then give the argument then.
It's a stupid position.
Just calm down, dude.
I'll tell you, because atheism cannot supply the necessary preconditions for universal abstract entities or the laws of logic that then transcend what we call reality and exist with number sets related to them. And
what's the reason to believe that?
So look,
wait.
Here we go. Whenever I've done this so many times over the years with atheists.
For like 5 minutes, I've been waiting. So look,
you can wait for Look, guys. This is it. Go on the attack. Like on the attack, you
just calm down, dude. Take a deep breath.
You complain.
Man. Chill out.
You complain.
Just calm down.
I get stop the meta. So let me tell you, if you're going to defend your atheism,
for 5 minutes.
If you're going to defend your atheism, then let me cross-examine a particular atheist in here, and let's see if he can defend his atheism.
Look, you could do that, but that's different than what you said before. Sorry, go ahead.
The problem with that is like, okay, I'll put it this way. Let's say I
versus a Christian, and I say, okay, defend Trinitarian Christianity, and this Christian is a newbie, I absolutely fuck him, right? Like, he gets destroyed. And I completely annihilate his view. He's gone. Matstick's gone. Wow. That wasn't my fault, was it?
I'm not gay.
Shut up.
Such a good thing was going then, and you ruined it, fella.
You ran them away. Good job,
My
Billy.
God.
You ran them away.
We're just sitting
I
here now.
didn't.
Just sitting here. Oh my God.
He talked for like 10 fucking minutes non-stop.
Yeah, he was supposed to be
and then
talking for 11.
finally starts
you ruined
speaking
it.
and he leaves.